Hello everybody, welcome back to Grim Dawn. Thanks of Asterkarn, still technically, but not for long, I'm afraid. We have done everything that can be done currently. We are blocked from entering the final boss fight. We need to complete a ritual to cleanse Beronath and then we can enter the fight. And to perform the ritual, we need to go finish the base game, progress a bit in the Ashes of Malmuth expansion, and to also more or less complete Forgotten Gods, which means we have a lot of work ahead of us before we can actually finish the rest of this area. But I wasn't idle over the weekend. I did a little bit of scouting, looking at Grim tools and checking the areas of the map that I missed on this playthrough so that I know them for the future. We still cannot get here. This is the Bloodborne Bastion. Seems to be locked behind a quest that we cannot acquire until we finish the expansion. And there's also the Drangal Fortress, which looks like it's going to be the roguelike dungeon, the challenge dungeon that's going to be added post-release. So this is currently locked off, and this is currently locked off. But during my exploring, I haven't missed all that much. There's just a few hidden chests in various areas. The one important thing is here. Now, unfortunately, I mindlessly did this while I wasn't streaming, so I'm gonna just explain what happened. Basically, if you have do I have it in inventory? Yes, I do. These magma spheres, which are used to unlock various frozen areas. This is right up north from Ulos Springs Rift. You go here and you have one of those spheres in your inventory, and Iceberg is going to break here, and you get to enter this area. There are 2 lore notes here, which I've already read. But I'm not going to read them on stream currently because, as you can see here, those are the 2. Finri's Journal page 2 and Finri's Journal page 3. However, Finri's Journal page 1 is nowhere to be found because, at least according to the devs, it currently doesn't drop because of a bug. So we're going to come back to these lore notes after we get the start of it because we have no context. And there's a whole bunch of NPCs, nothing particularly important, except for one. They're basically all starving out here in the frozen wasteland, which, makes you wonder why they even came here. There is one NPC here that's going to be important, and that's our buddy here, Chieftain Scorf. Now, this is an NPC that you will meet about midway through Ashes of Malmuth, so I'm kind of breaking sequencing by meeting him here first. So chances are when we do actually meet him, quote unquote, for the first time in Ashes of Malmuth, he's gonna have some new dialogue for us because we've already met. And basically he just gives you a quest to bring them some of the tainted meat that you get by killing the corrupted boars, the piggies that we were farming at around the Black Fortress. You just bring him I don't know, 5 or 7 or something like that. You give it to him and that completes the quest and it gives you a little bit of reputation with Barrowholm. I'm curious what happens if you're hostile with him. Is he gonna even be here or what happens? So until we get the final lore note, I'm gonna ignore that this even happened. There have been a bunch of hotfixes since I last streamed, looks like. They changed a bunch of stuff, rebalanced some early bosses, etc, etc. The important thing that happened for me is that lore notes now have a much bigger font, so hopefully I will be able to actually read them without stumbling over every other word now. If not, well, then it's not the problem of my eyesight, it's the problem of me not actually being able to read. Well, what can you do with that? So with that, we are unfortunately done in this area. This is just the one thing I wanted to show you. So we're going to have to go to Asterkarn because we have some quests that we have been either neglecting even picking up or that have been left uncompleted for a while. So firstly, we need to go down here to Anasteria. We completed the quest for her in East Marsh to pick up the Fang, and then I refused to accept the next quest so that my quest log remains more or less clear, because that's why we even went to East Marsh in the first place, to clear up the quest log for Fangs of Asterkarn. Now that's no longer a concern, so I can talk to her. Ah, my only friend in this accursed fort has returned. Perhaps you will aid an old crone in her search for answers? What do you need? It is believed that the Arkovians had access to powerful divination magic, but the technique became lost when their civilizations succumbed to the necromancer's curse. I believe that we could recover this practice with the right information. A tome known as the Archive of Fates Untold is in the possession of an Arkovian named the Shade of El Nadrin. You must enter the Steps of Torment in the Broken Hills, cross the ancient gates, and banish El Nadrin. Acquire its tome and bring it back to me. So, this is an area that... This is sending us to the Steps of Torment, an area that we've already been to and were unable to complete. We still have the quest. Does it even show up here? No, it doesn't. If I look at my quest log, one of the quests that we have is... That's not it. Descent into Torment. Slay Grand Priest Zartuzelen. We've been there like, I don't know, 20 levels ago, and we couldn't make a dent in him. He was just tanking all our damage like it wasn't even there, and he was basically able to one-shot us. I'm hoping that that has changed. I haven't tested it, so I may make a fool of myself again, but I think we have gotten strong enough, and we also have some of these potion upgrades to tank us up. I have applied... Actually, no, I have not. Not on this build. Never mind, so we are just not... We are going to be ignoring the potions. I did apply one modifier that's also going to be relevant. Because we have the quest Legion Retribution, where we are supposed to go slay the Herald of Destruction. Now, the Herald of Destruction is located in Deadman's Gulch, I believe. Yeah. There is this locked away dungeon, or former locked away dungeon, that is through a whole bunch of Aether Fire. Now, in the past, you had to just run through that thing and chuck potions like crazy, trying to survive, or, you know, you could pop a Aether Card, or what is it called? Aether Cluster, right? Aether Cluster, for some damage absorption for a brief period of time. We no longer have to worry about that. Because once you've reached, what is it? Revered with the Noctukari faction, which is... I don't actually have basically any reputation with them, but I do have them completed on another character. And that unlocks a whole bunch of potion upgrades. And those are account-wide, so once you've bought them on a different character, everybody has access to them. And one of the modifiers is Primordis, which gives you protection from deadly environmental contagions. Now, this is a bit misleading, because it's not actually contagions. It's basically environmental effects. Not effects from enemies, not ground effects or AoEs from enemies, not even like environmental traps, but literally if there is something in the environment that cannot be ascribed to a specific entity, it's just there and it does damage to you, this will negate it. So if you're standing in poison water, nothing happens now. So if I enter this now, I'm taking damage. I drink the potion and I no longer do. So now we can run here for 30 seconds and it has permanent uptime because the potion has a 7-second cooldown. So that definitely makes things simpler. It also makes it quite easy to acquire a certain legendary sword that is required for the secret quest for Forgotten Gods, which would require you to stand in a damaging effect for a certain period of time and survive it somehow. Now you just drink this potion, you can stand there however long you want. That also helps you actually traverse an area inside the secret quest in Forgotten Gods, because then you are running through a desert with a sandstorm constantly damaging you. This negates it as well. So we can just run through. And we are supposed to kill the Herald of Destruction. We've already destroyed one Herald up in Conflagration, and this is the second one. The third one is guarding Port Valbury. which is going to be a quest that Anasteria is going to give us soon-ish as well. So we're going to complete this quest, then we're going to head to the Steps of Torment, see if we can actually make Tartuzelan take some actual damage, and then we're going to continue the main quest line, finish the base game, do some additional challenge dungeons that Anasteria assigns us, like Old Valbury, and then we can start moving either towards Forgotten Gods, because we need to complete that to progress Fangs of Asterkarn, or we need to make some progress in Ashes of Malmouth. I think what I'm going to do is head to Forgotten Gods first, because that expansion we basically need to mostly complete for Fangs of Asterkarn anyway, and then I can just dip a toe into Ashes of Malmouth, do what I need to do there to unlock the end of Fangs of Asterkarn, finish Fangs of Asterkarn, and then I'm gonna move back to Ashes of Malmouth once Fangs is complete. So, I thought one of the things that they said they fixed during the hotfixes, during the patches, was the highlighting of enemies. That it should now highlight the entire enemy, just an outline, but it seems like that's not working. Because one of those enemies was entirely red when I moused over them. That's a shame. Also reminds me I should have probably opened the portal here, just in case. Oh, we have a thundering enemy here. Or do we? Is it thundering, or is that Herald doing that? Let me kill this summoner. I guess it was a thundering. Which reminds me, I wanted to check the mechanics of the new enemy types, the new hero types that have been added, and I didn't. I did check the Fallen Warders that we were having trouble with in the expansion. Turns out, yeah, their buff just stays on forever and absorbs almost all of your damage. And it's not that they like retaliate against you, but because it absorbs all of your damage, you cannot lifesteal from them. So any damage they do to you sticks. And the buff that it gives them the absorption also like doubles their damage, or I think increases it by like 60% total damage modifier. So with a single swing they were able to take like half my health, and I couldn't lifesteal from them. It's a nasty skill to have. Okay, so that's done. Slain the Herald, we've picked up the monster figment that he drops. So we're done here. And now, Steps of Torment, round 2. Let's see if it's any better. I have my doubts. Now we don't actually have to complete Steps of Torment, which is good. What we do have to do is reach into Steps of Torment, so like we need to be Tartuzelan, open the gate, and then we have to make a little bit of progress on the first floor. After that, we can technically just die there. And we take the book that we're after with us to the surface that way. I've also, no more speculation about the secret quest. I have since completed the secret quest on a different character. And yeah, that is insanity. As in, there's no way I would have been able to figure out even like 1/3 of it. I was considering like making a guide about it, or like a video, but I feel wrong to be making a guide myself when I haven't actually contributed at all to the discovery of the entire storyline. I did find one thing on my own, because I had to go to Port Valbury and I noticed a certain item in a shopkeep's inventory that is relevant to that quest, but other than that, It's absolutely insane how cryptic it is. Way more convoluted than all of the other quests, and that's saying something. When it comes to secret quests, Kraid doesn't mess around. Okay, so we go in. Let me just check quickly. Yep, everything's fine. So we're gonna kind of rush through this. I just want to see if... I'm not gonna full clear this place. We've already done this once. I just want to see if I can actually make a dent in Zartuzolen, or if we're still stuck. I could also technically remove now the environmental effects negation on my potion, because I'm not gonna need it here anymore. And take something more defensive. I will actually do that before, or try to remember to do that before I enter. So down we go. Skip, skip, skip. I know you're hungry for my tender flesh, but I'm just not in the mood right now. Okay. I also just realized, don't I already have Nemesis reputation with this faction? Because that would be a problem if I run into a Nemesis somewhere in here. Let me see. Kovian Undead, yes. Oh, that might be bad. It's my freeze resistance, first and foremost. My freeze resistance is 60. Well, that's not too bad. So one of the Nemesis shouldn't be too terrible. The other one, though, I've already seen it, because I've been farming on a different character. So that is the Nemesis that I have been spoiled on, but I'm not entirely certain how you actually have to approach it, because the build that I was... The only other build that I've been playing is a completed build that I already have for a long time, and it's a pet build, so like I'm not doing any of the fighting myself. So I'm basically not learning any of the fight mechanics. I'm just letting the pets do my dirty job for me. Okay, so I am going to go to Kernhold because I want to change my potion. You don't need the environmental effect protection anymore because we have done immolation. Or is it conflagration? I get them mixed up. And I'm going to replace this with... Oh, this isn't it. And here is 33% of current health is gained as damage absorption. I'm also going to amp this up by 50%. So now, when I drink this potion, 50% of my current health becomes a shield over my health, so that's 5,000 health shield. And I can keep re-upping it every 12 seconds. So that may be able to prevent me from taking some one-shots. I don't yet have all of the potion recipes. There are a few that are specific to the Beronath fight, which I cannot access. Okay, let's see how bad it is. I think Zartuzolen may have been one of the bosses that has been nerfed a little bit in terms of damage. Oh, I also remembered I put on enemy health numbers for the secret quest on another character and forgot to turn it off. Should kill these. Oh crap. Nemesis, which one is it? It's the new one. Well, wait your turn, please. Okay, we can at least kill Zartuzolen, that's good. Come on. Okay, that's that. Now, what about you? How bad are you? Very bad, it turns out. Rocks fall, everybody dies. That's a Sunder. Okay, so wherever he drops, does it follow him around? No, it doesn't. At least that. No, don't Sunder me. Thank you very much. Okay. Have to relocate again. Sunder. Okay, that's not too bad. It's a shame that he does the leap regardless of what you're doing. No, 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 no. Oh, he has two Sunders. Like a ground wave and a cleave. It seems like he maybe only does one if you're in melee with him, and the ground wave is if you make distance. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Someone is slowing me. Okay. Radoth's Pauldrons. Rallying Cry, Terrifying Gaze, so that's Dreek's Evil Eye. Berserker. Oathkeeper. Guardians and Conversion, that's Arcanist modifier to or support node on Maven's Sphere of Protection. Bloodmist Boots. What are you? Chaos Boots. Oh, we already have them, but this is the higher level version of them. Some health. Added Chaos Res, which we were missing before. Blacklessness does not help us. Second Right and Impulse. Nice. Okay. As unhappy as I was to see the Nemesis, that pays off. I should upgrade those boots then. Our inventory is here. Well, we also have one in Kernhold, but she's further away from the portal. What do we have on these? Just the Mark of Mogdrogen. Okay.
Take a look, shall we?
Keep the add-on. Not that we needed the extra Chaos Res, but yeah, this is 4% extra health. I should also sell my stuff, because once I enter the dungeon, I won't be able to sell anything. Do I want to save these? No, unless they're double rare, I'm not gonna save anything. This is not double rare. There is this. Okay. Don't need to be carrying this with me. Oh, actually, I do. Although, wait, let me think. Am I here too early? Because one part of the secret quest for the base game takes place in the dungeon that I'm going into. But I'm not sure if it's part 2 or if it's later on. But I can actually check. Old Ruins. Depths of Anguish, yeah. So this is the next step anyway. Anguish is one of the floors of Steps of Torment. So we have a lore node here from Zartuzalan. The one they call Uroboruk makes mockery of the gods. The Lord Executioner cut at his flesh, but the wounds refuse to bleed. His limbs grow back, his skin is impervious to flame. I believe the time has come for me to descend into that vile place and deal with the heathen myself. We shall see how he reacts to the cleansing flame of the divine. Yeah, well, he had the last laugh. And you're stuck here as a skeleton. So we can now complete this quest for Calderos. You have destroyed the priest. It is finished. My master will be pleased. For your service I bestow upon you... Apparently I still can't read no matter the font size. I bestow upon you this key. It is the only way to unlock the ancient places of this world. Ancient places? Yes, many doors were sealed long ago by ancient powers now lost. The doors before you were secured by such means. But I must warn you, the key will be destroyed once used and the doors will not remain open for long. Once inside, the only way out is past the Lord Executioner or through death. The Lord Executioner? Alkamos, he was the Arcovian charged with Uroboruk's torment. Now he will suffer for all eternity. I have another question. What lies behind those doors? These doors were sealed off by Uroboruk himself after he doomed the Arcovians to their lifeless fate. Beyond them are the Arcovians he cursed to an eternity of suffering, only a fraction of the torment they put upon him. He was there only for a few years, so... You know, your math doesn't check out. You must be wary. The damned trap below will pose a far greater challenge than any you have yet faced within these halls. We've already talked about Uroboruk. He was a great scholar and master of the necrotic arts. His greatest and most terrible achievement was turning the Arcovians' lust for immortality against them. What was the purpose of the Steps of Torment? It was a place of torture and lifelong imprisonment for those the Arcovians deemed unworthy of their perfect society. In the end, it served as a prison for all necromancers of Arcovian descent. Why are you serving Balvoruk? I am sworn to protect him even in death. He has proven to be a most interesting companion in my afterlife. Okay, so we received one of those skeleton keys, which are used to unlock these dungeons. I have one in my inventory. We also get a blueprint in case you don't have them yet. This is the first place you'll get it. You can also buy it somewhere else, if I remember correctly. So we don't need that. We can send this home because I have a whole bunch of them in my stash anyway. And now, the challenge dungeon. This is the first one that we are doing on this character, so I guess I should explain it. You open these doors using the skeleton key. And they will open for a brief time. If you decide to do some business elsewhere, come back, they will close. And you cannot reopen them again on the same session. And once you enter, they close behind you. There's only two ways out. Either, well actually, three ways. Either you complete the entire dungeon, or you die and you get kicked out, or you quit out of the game. So, we need to not die until we reach the Shade of Elnadrin to give us our book. And ideally, actually, we want to not die for another floor after that, because I want to complete the next step of the secret quest for the base game. So, no risks. I think I might actually just beeline it for those objectives and then try to clear the rest of the dungeon after we have accomplished everything. What are the modifiers? We have more crit damage, that's nice. They reduce our damage, that's not nice. Poison is fine, and they are faster. Okay, these two modifiers are not nice. The damage reduction on us and extra attack and cast speed on enemies. Hopefully they don't actually get to attack us much. We just kill them after their first swing. But for the boss it could be a problem. Salkamos is not a friendly fellow. Now, there is a sealed chest here. If I enter this room, I will be closed in. Waves of enemies will come at me, and I have to kill them to exit out and to access the chest. But the enemies that are spawning are pretty strong, so... Or rather, they're just normal heroes and basic enemies, but there's a lot of them. So again, I would be risking the run if I went there now. I'm gonna come back to that. Reminds me, I didn't re-up my potion for the absorption shield. It's gonna be a thing that I'm gonna have to remember from now on. And it's on my energy potion, which I don't use normally, because I don't really need energy on this build. There's a hidden thingy. One of the few things that I haven't tested the environmental protection potion on is one of these traps, but everything else seems to work the way you expect it to. Like, if it's a singular entity doing damage to you, then it will not be prevented. So these mines, I'm pretty sure, will be unaffected by the potion. Okay, these are dying easy now. Is the... no, it's a different room. Oh no, I missed it. There is a breakable barrier here. And this is a place where you can get one of those funny weapon shields. Break this urn. Totally normal buckler. Which is actually a mace. Shaman and Oathkeeper. Interesting if any shaman actually uses physical retaliation on shaman. Interesting. You can send stuff. That is one of the changes. Since you can send reagents to your stash, we can technically like kinda empty our inventory in here. Even though normally you cannot sell stuff here. There will be a trader, but you can only buy from him, not sell to him. So like you are limited by your inventory size, but we can actually empty our reagents. Which previously wasn't the case. Okay, Shadow of Elnadrin is not far away. We're gonna toast him. I think I already see him on the map. Yep, there he is. Kill those priests. Oh, they will keep healing him. Oh crap. Not a nemesis. This is really not a good time. And it's coming. Come on, kill him before it's... Oh, they keep hitting him, pieces of shit. Well, at least it's Musilauki, so he's slow. For now. Don't sunder me. Is the shade... Yeah, the shade will follow me. Okay, so I can kill him. Hopefully before the nemesis gets here. That is a complication. Come on. Oh, now you're stuck behind him. And now you're going back to your spawn point. God damn it. Okay, there's the tome. Ouch. Okay, I'm not gonna mess around with Musilauki yet. I'm gonna go get the part of the secret quest, and then I'm gonna come back and try to full clear the dungeon. Because Musilauki, with only 60% freeze resistance, I think he could perma-freeze me in the second phase. And I'm also not used to fighting him when Sunder is in the game. At least not the first phase, because in Shadow Realms, the boss doesn't have the first phase, only the second phase, and the first phase doesn't sunder you. Or rather, the first phase sunders you in real world, but in Shattered Realm, the second phase doesn't, so I don't have to worry about his moveset in there, and that's the only experience I have with fighting him. What do I want to invest in? Oh yeah, I wanted to keep building up the sigil. That's it? Okay, that's completed. This isn't fully converted because we are not converting the fire damage, I believe. We're only converting... Oh, we are converting the fire. We're not converting the vitality fully. We have 50% there and 42% there. It's not enough. So I'm gonna beeline it for the secret quest, which is down here. Hopefully it's not cut off. It is cut off, god damn it. So I'm gonna have to run around a little. Another point of concern is that I can actually get the nemesis I've already killed again in here. If I'm not happy fighting Musilauki, then I'm certainly not happy fighting the other guy that I'm not as familiar with. Okay. Whoop, that hurt. Oh yeah, I'm again forgetting to re-up my absorption potion. It's gonna take a while to get used to. Okay, so what is blocked here? I can't get out of here either. No, I can. Okay, this is a dead end. Up we go. And one swing and my entire absorption shield is gone. At least from these bigger guys. Okay. I mean, doesn't help that my health isn't particularly high, so 5000 damage shield isn't that much. Okay, well, that was a bit of a detour. Nope, not here, actually. No, not here. This is the place. So, there's a breakable wall here. It can be actually accessed from two sides. Please don't kill me while I'm trying to do some work. Okay, through here. And if you have this lore node with you already, then in here you get another one. And the first node we got in Bloodgrove under the hanging tree. And the only reason we got it is because I already had this sword, Stormheart, from a previous character in the stash, so I got it immediately. Normally you would have to get the Stormheart in Tomb of Korvac in Asterkarn Valley over... where is it? Over here. There's a tomb here, where in one of the urns there, on ultimates, this weapon will drop. And then you can get the first note, and now we got the second note. Dela, by now you must have seen the haunting echoes from Arkovia's past. Have you never wondered how all this came to be? How Arkovia really fell? Father called it greed, but greed alone cannot condemn a man to such torment. Nay, powerful sorcery was at play here. I could feel it in the very walls. The stones screamed with unfettered rage. Rage towards me. Do the dead despise the living so? Do they yearn after what was stolen from them? To exist in such a state of endless limbo would drive any soul mad, but I do not believe that madness is what inspired this response. There was something familiar within these stones. I have to learn more, so I tend to visit the one place I know our father had been, our childhood home. Of course, this presents me with a bit of a challenge, as you well know why, for our home was consumed by the chthonic rifts not long ago. Such trivialities will not stop me from discovering the answers I seek. So now we have to enter the Chthonic Rift. And I think, is that the Chthonic Rift in Bloodgrove? I think so. Which we've already been to, but again, we didn't have the note, so we could not actually receive the progress for this quest. That's gonna be my next stop, I think. But first, we try to finish this entire dungeon now. We have a Musilauki waiting on us, up top. And he's very angry. But I should probably actually clear this floor, because I had to do such a big run around. Should clear this while I'm here. So I don't have to run around the entire dungeon again. Yeah, we cannot get there because of the barricade here. Hopefully I don't spawn the other nemesis again. The door. These seem to be bugged now. Nope, it's still doing damage. I noticed that these used to time out after they've been active for a while. They just like detonated and went away. Recently I've been running this on a different character and they just, yeah, this happens. It's not doing damage anymore, but the mine is supposed to detonate and it just doesn't. It's supposed to go away, but now they're stuck here. And same thing happens with crabs that spawn in the chthonic areas, those like chaos crystals. They're supposed to like detonate after they've expended all of their damage, but instead they're just hang around and you have to hope that they don't start shooting you again, because you have no way to tell. Easy enough. I did invest my skill points. Attribute points, I should say. I also noticed on the other characters, since I've been doing some farming and collected a few recipes, or blueprints, I should say. One of the resources that's going to be very important, I've noticed, is aspects of Beronath. Several times during this playthrough, I got them on like a reward, or they dropped from a chest, and I thought, oh, that's neat. Aspects of Beronath, I don't know what that does. They are gonna be the most difficult material to obtain, it looks like. They're absolute pain in the ass, so make sure if you're using them for crafting, like getting helmet illusions and stuff like that, do not waste them frivolously, because either you have to just find them, which is super rare, or you have to farm 10 frozen aster, and then you can turn 10 frozen aster into one aspect of Beronath. And frozen aster is not easy to farm either. I did find one route, no, found. I didn't find it, somebody else found it and posted it online. There is one good farming route from, what is the name of the area? The Frail Valley Rift over here. You go from the Frail Valley Rift to the like northeast. There's like 3-4 places where frozen aster plant will spawn, and those can drop anywhere from 0 to frozen aster. And it's like 0 resistance area. You basically have to find nothing. You can just keep reloading that place and farming those plants. But it's so mind-numbing. And it seems like the most efficient way to do it, because the enemies that can drop them don't drop them reliably, and they will drop like 1. And they're far away from the rift. So picking up the plants in Frail Valley seems to be the best farming spot. And that kind of sucks, I must say. So yeah, use your aspects of Beronath wisely. I'm hoping that Beronath himself might drop a lot of aspects of Beronath, or you get it as a quest reward for beating him. But I can't confirm, because I haven't reached that point. I can't. It is a bit sad that I did test on the other character, the summoner, but I did something wrong on this character. I could have bypassed the cleansing ritual and fought Beronath immediately, because that's what I was trying to do. But it seems like no, you just have to do the cleansing ritual. There's no workaround. Even though the text of the dialogue seems to imply that there was. Yeah, no, nothing for us. Just checking for double rares. You can buy them better than having to farm them later. Okay, let's see how bad Musilauki is. We're almost back to... Oh no, this is blocked off, right? This is a dead end. Yeah, this is a dead end. So I have to go through the underside here. Under here. the one area that we are leaving unexplored, that's where the final boss of this zone is. And he is nasty. One of those, you're just gonna have to accept that you're getting sundered. Because there's no way you're avoiding all of it. Sunder isn't super strong on him, but it is visually kind of noisy. And since you're like conditioned to try to avoid sunders, the fact that you are constantly hearing the sound and seeing the effect of being sundered can be a bit nerve-wracking. Until you get used to it. Okay, that's that. How far did Musilauki chase us? Ah, he's standing right here. Okay, well, we cannot open a portal here, so we just have to risk it for the biscuit. Oh, first, kill the ads, hide the items. Get sundered in the process. We have the shield, that was a mistake, I almost died just now. Could have dodged it. No. God damn it, I shouldn't be wasting my dodges like that. Okay, unfortunately that was just phase 1. It's gonna get worse. Okay, these crystals we need to kill. Because not only do they empower Musilauki, they also shoot projectiles that freeze us. And if we let them stack up, they will just perma-freeze us. Ow. Okay. That was Prismatic Rage. And freeze! Get me out of here. And it's blocking our way. Come on, you're almost dead. Ah, come on. Crap. This is bad. Get me out of here. He's almost dead, but we're kind of running out of space, so we have to finish him fast. Whew. Okay. Well, that was actually worse than the other nemesis, or the undead. By quite a long margin. Arcovian of Morant. Cinder Touch, World Keeper's Heart. That's one of the new sets. Poison or acid. What is it? Berserker, Soldier, and what was the last one? Shaman? World Keeper, there it is. Oh no, it's not Berserker, it's Cultist, Soldier, Shaman. No, it's... Yeah, okay. So it's not as bad. It's not supporting 3 masteries that have nothing to do with acid, just 2. I mean, that doesn't... I'm not saying that set is bad, it's just like... looks like a challenging thing to build around if you're supporting 3 masteries that don't support your damage type, but no. It's just 2. So I'm guessing it's gonna be Occultist plus something. Doubt you would be supporting Soldier and Shaman on an acid build. I would have to read through the details of it. Also left behind the chest area. Let me just check. And that's not giving me the full picture of how the set would work. If there's some sort of like cooldown reduction on the soldier side for grasping vines, then maybe you could make a warder out of this. Okay, so lots of running around. Hopefully no more nemesis. have to enter through the other door. As long as they spawn all here, you can just stack up a whole bunch of those sigils right underneath them. Stop retaliating against me. Are we done? Locked. Why are you still locked? Oh, there's one guy alive. Now we're done. Mythical Agony. Savant's Runes, those are new gloves for this expansion. Lightning Storm Totem. Lifesteal on Panati's Replicating Missile on both damage types. And Elemental Damage to Word of Pain. Sure. Nothing revolutionary, but you usually don't get too revolutionary stuff on gloves. Although that's not true. You get Lightning Conversion for Eye of Reckoning, for example, on gloves. Even though you can get it on weapons as well. Okay, so the only thing that we left behind is the final boss and the area behind the entrance, the lower level, where we have to fight Ilgor. And he can be pretty rippy as well, and I'm not sure how he works now when Sunder is introduced. I know Karnath wasn't fun. Hoping he's gonna be a little bit easier than Karnath was. I mean, Karnath was fun, he was just hard. Ah, Inferno. Would rather not. Get one shotgun by that guy. But somebody healed him. He was almost dead and now he's not. Ooh. Yeah, those are nasty. Wraith Knight's Pauldrons. Awakenable. And Cold and Vitality. Good support on the plus skill side for us, but not the right damage type. Inscribed Bracers. I think I already have those in my stash ready to be awakened. Okay, Ilgor. Re-up my shield. Yeah, he sunders. And the problem is that he has a buddy over here who can trap me in place. So I need to kill him before he traps me in a sunder. Okay, that's dealt with. Nope. No sunder for me. Also, why are you full health again? Was there a priest? Just die already. That was phase 1. I remember this guy's overheads being able to one-tap some of my characters, so... Kill this guy. Oh, you have a ranged sunder as well. That's new. Okay, let it drop off. Get frozen. No. I thought we were done with that. God damn it. And now I got frozen. It keeps summoning guys that can hold me in his AoEs. Just die. We're almost there. Just kill over. Be a good boy. Phew. Huh. Not easy, this shit. Well, it would be easy if I had a stronger build, but currently I'm not even... I mean, I'm nearing the region where I can start looking for endgame items, but I do not have the recipe for my set yet. Nor any of these pieces. I'm gonna try to brute force my way into it when I reach level 94. Just gonna craft a whole bunch of random legendaries and try to hit the Ice King and then transform my items into other pieces of it. Which means I should go into Forgotten Gods next, so that I can transform set pieces from one to another. Okay, so I have to go through here again. And I'll just deal with the final boss or die to the final boss. Either or. I could recheck the vendor because his inventory will have refreshed, but I'm not actually looking for any of the items that he can sell. I am looking for a future build on one item from the boss that we're about to fight, but it's gonna have to be a lower level version of it. Okay, how bad is this? So, avoiding Thunder is out of the question. Or is it? Did they change him? They changed him. Okay, that's good. What this guy used to do was just spawn chilled ground underneath you, basically with every attack, and that chilled ground was applying Thunder. And it lingered, and he kept just spamming it. So you would dodge one Thunder, and he would just immediately place another ground underneath you. There was just no point running away from it. You would not be doing any damage. You would just be dodging all the time. So they, thankfully, rated him, looks like. Or I was completely misunderstanding the fight before, but I think like he used to just spawn those everywhere, and now I just saw like one or two cold pulls the entire fight, so that's a nice change. I like that a lot. Because that was going completely against the spirit of Thunder, right? That was supposed to be a threatening effect, but you can avoid it. If you can't avoid it, then it's just a blanket damage buff to the boss. At which point, do you even need the Thunder? Just buff the boss's damage and it's fine. Achieves the same result. Okay, so we completed that successfully. With 2 nemesis. Now... Oh, there's a... You know, since it's close, I'm gonna cleanse this totem. That's a good place to farm set recipes, so I could get a Ice King here. Shouldn't be passing these opportunities. That was ancient. Was hardly any heroes, if any. It was surprisingly simple. Okay, so next stop, I want to go to the, I'm assuming the rift that I'm supposed to go to is in Bloodgrove, right? Because it says that their home was consumed by a chthonic rift not long ago. And the only 2 chthonic rifts that are just randomly out in the world, there are 3 chthonic rifts. One is in Bloodgrove, one is in Plains of Strife, and one is in the Necropolis. It would make sense that the rift that they're referring to is the one in the Bloodgrove, because it consumed their house, so, you know, what is a livable area out of those 3? You're not gonna have a house in Necropolis, you're not gonna have a house in Plains of Strife, but you might have one in the Bloodgrove, or nearby. So I think that's the one. I can't remember, and I'm not gonna Google it. Again, it's been 3 years since I've played the game before Fangs of Asterkarn was released, so I've forgotten some of these finer details. I also need to remember where the rift is, which should be down here somewhere. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I'm not gonna clear the rift, I'm just gonna run through it quickly. There's really no point exploring it thoroughly. I'm gonna cleanse this totem again, looking for recipes. Oh, that's an arcane. We have fought one of the Chthonian nemesis. We haven't fought Benjar yet. But, I mean, that is actually a much nastier nemesis than it used to be, because he has a lot of thunder sources and a lot of entrapment, or long-lasting entrapment, and I have only 44% resistance to that. Storm Serpent, that I want to save for future. That is a set I am very interested in awakening and building around. Or Lightning Nightblade. It sounds delicious. Something that was barely possible before. Okay, so just find the rift. Not here. You can spawn in a number of locations, unfortunately, in here, so I will have to do some running around where I find it. I mean, it's a number of specific locations, but I unfortunately can't remember them all off the top of my head. One of them was here-ish. Oh, there it is. Okay. So hopefully I'm right, and it's this rift. It can be identified by like a light, like a necromantic cold light emanating from a torch there. And there's a house. I need to find the house. Okay, there's an exit. Good to know. So, where is the house? I believe it was somewhere on the edge. Not here. That's a caravan. Am I in the wrong rift? I might just be. I'm gonna do a full loop around. I think it would have been here already, right? Or was it further south? No, I started south. Huh. So is it in Plains of Strife? Like there's one more house down there, but I think the one I'm looking for was on the eastern edge. Yeah, no, this ain't it. Okay, so it must be in Plains of Strife then. Let's get out of here then. Oh, come on, I clicked the rift. Don't just stand there. Right. Next, we go to Asterkarn. Turn in the quests that we completed. And the next one for Anasteria is going to be to go to the Necropolis challenge dungeon, which is where we're headed anyway. So that's up ahead. Have you the tome I require? Oh, I didn't even read. Does it have any relevant description? This tome appears sealed by arcane forces. The cover refuses to budge. Okay. Yes, here it is. Wonderful. This archive is a wondrous font of knowledge that dates back all the way to the golden age of Arkovia. It will take me some time to study thoroughly. In the meantime, there is another thing I require, but I'm afraid that even you may not be able to procure it. What is it this time? In order to learn about our chthonic enemies, I must acquire something from the void itself. Obsidian is frequently found in the depths of the chthonic plane, but it can't just be any old chunk of it. No. I must have the most vile, concentrated obsidian you can find. That can only be acquired within the Bastion of Chaos, which you can enter through a rift the goddess opened at the Necropolis. Seek out a monstrous creature called Galar Bargok, and bring me the obsidian it possesses. Again, we are going to be losing some reputation with the Black Legion. I'll acquire the obsidian. So now we need to get to the next challenge dungeon, which is ahead of us anyway. And what is my reputation actually with the Outcast currently? It's honored. Do you sell anything that I care about? Oh, no, your augments are all the way up here. Never mind. You don't sell it. Now we're gonna recover some of that reputation that we lost with the Black Legion by having a little app with the Spellbreaker that tasked us with destroying the Herald. Have you braved the immolation? The Herald of Destruction lies dead. 3000 Black Legion reputation. You've done us all a great service. With the Herald gone, the Ethereals will not be able to spread their aether fire in the south. I'd also like to personally thank you for avenging my fellow soldiers. I'll sleep easier knowing the thing that slaughtered them is gone. Farewell. What is our reputation with the Black Legion? It's not great, right? I mean, it's decent considering we are not killing the enemies that they care about. Yet. So, I'm gonna sell my stuff off. Ships items into the... That's not what I wanted to press. Now it mixed all of my... I turned off the notification for doing this, so... If I press the wrong button, it will just do it on its own. This is for weapons. This is also for weapons. I want to separate them by type. This is for rings. This is also for rings. These are armor. To be careful about that button. Oh, I also have this. Yeah, that's cold. I'm not cold yet. I actually start stashing these as well, because carrying them around doesn't really have a point anymore. I'm not changing my items very often. Although no, I'll keep these. The ones that I'm using. This is Chaos for weapons, Chaos for rings. Okay. Because otherwise I will forget to apply them if I swap items. So this goes into the papers tab, future. And everything else gets sold. Oh no, I wanted to keep a few more things. The awakenables. This. What else was awakenable? Describe bracers and the shoulders here. Okay, rest can go.
See anything you like?
This is the totally normal shield. I'm not gonna be keeping World Keeper because I can craft it later. Actually, I think I already can craft it. I already found the recipe on a different character. These I don't care about. Okay, everything goes. So that's that done. I did gain a level, so I'm gonna invest my points before I forget. Oh, and I want to respec because I'm now over-leveled on second rights. Which means I need to go to either Devil's Crossing or Kernhold. Because there is a mystic there. Okay, there we go. How many points? 1, 2. Okay. 2 points gone. Which we'll put into destruction again. Max out that sigil for now, even though we're gonna be unspecking out of it very quickly. As soon as we get the Ice King set, we are done with Chaos Werewolf. I'm probably not even gonna get to use the Gruldir cleavers that I have saved. Okay, so that's everything. Yeah. So now all that's left is to push forward towards the end of the base game. That will take us to the Rift in Plains of Strife, which I'm guessing is where the third part of the secret quest is. Since I'm pretty sure it's not in the Bastion of Chaos. Although it could be. Not inside the Bastion itself, but in the outer reaches. I really can't remember. Well, I'm going to both places either way. Because the Rift in Plains of Strife also holds a piece of the Mogdrogen Shrine in Asterkarn Valley that we still haven't finished. There's a quest for rowers that we've had for a long time. Although I notice it's not showing. Why is it not showing? It should be showing, right? I am... Rovers, I am honored with rovers. Why is it not in my quest log? What the hell? I even have part of the shrine. Why is it missing? I'm gonna check. Did I pick it up? I think I picked the quest up already. No, I'm positive I did. Why did it disappear? Should I spoil people on some parts of the secret quest? For the Fangs of Asterkarn secret quest, explore south of here. South of New Harbor. You'll find something there. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, the quest is accepted. Are the parts of the Shrine of Mogrogan? It's just not in my quest log. Does it maybe reappear if I pick this back up? It's updating the quest, but the quest isn't here. Interesting. Oh, no, it's in my quest log now. Was it there before? But it's not showing here. That is weird. Well, at least we know that the quest is active and is updating. That's all we need. Is it maybe that it's... No, it's not off screen. Yeah, my quest log is this long. It's just missing a piece of it. Never seen that before. Ah, new expansions, new bugs. Though it is strange that before the hotfix it was working correctly. So why is it disappearing now? Okay, so the rift should be, I believe, somewhere on the eastern side. I'm also curious, does Locksmere spawn here now? Or has he been moved? And how has he been changed? Because I think they did something with him to alter the way his nullify works. So I might actually get myself nullified on purpose just to figure it out. Okay, Locksmere. You should be somewhere in here. Are you here? This is where you usually spawn. Not consistently, but you're not here. Did they move you? They definitely didn't remove him, because I know I found him on the summoner that I'm playing alongside this. But I found him on some random place. Maybe he got even summoned from a monster totem. I'm gonna have to look that up. Maybe he's still in the Plains of Strife, he just has multiple spawn points. Where's my rift? I want it. Oh yeah, there's these mines. I don't know if that has been changed, but if you had certain shader or like lighting settings, these mines would completely blend in with the surface. And you would just be running around and getting blasted. I remember my brother thinking that he was just getting shot by cannons because he couldn't see the mines. So like he's running around the field and constantly exploding. He's like, oh, something's shooting at me. And it's because they were just brown on brown. You couldn't tell at all that they were there. Okay, no Locksmere here either. Looks like, ouch. Okay. Should stop worrying about Locksmere and start worrying about my life. Okay, where is my rift? Did you happen to know? No, didn't have time to answer. Ah, there it is. Okay. I'm gonna open a rift here because I cannot do it inside. Let's see, is this the right one? I think it should be. But I've been wrong before. Oh yeah, and because we ran into Scorf in Fangs of Asterkarn in the hidden area that I showed at the start of the stream, we are now getting reputation with Barrowholm for killing Chthonians. I didn't even realize that. It's gonna be helpful because getting full reputation with Chthonians... Ah, there it is. Yeah, so this little blue light on the book marks the locations that are relevant to Uroboruk and this quest line. I guess spoilers. We knew that it was relevant to the quest line, but I shouldn't have mentioned Uroboruk. Although no, he has been mentioned in one of the previous notes, right? Not by name, but it's heavily implied. Yeah. So I guess, yeah, spoilers a little bit. Travis's letter to Dela, third entry. Dela, the pieces are finally falling into place. The answers were under our very noses all along. The rift violently consumed our home, but in doing so it revealed what was hidden from us underneath the floorboards. Our father kept a journal, a seemingly innocuous object, yet the pages were sealed from me with a protective rune. Carelessly, or perhaps arrogantly, I dispelled the seal. The resulting flames consumed the book and marked my face with embers that refused to extinguish. It is agonizing, but I will endure. Despite our father's efforts, I was able to rescue some pages from the Inferno. He told us that our mother died in childbirth. That much is true. But what you do not know is that we were not the first. There were other women and other children, but the dates, they did not make any sense. It was not until I turned to the final page that the answers became clear. Must make haste to the city of the dead. Therein lies our final clue. So now I have to go to the necropolis. There's our exit, but we won't be using it because this rift has 2 floors. And the exit is on the second one as well. Now I'm kind of racking my brain which part of the necropolis. Is this the end already? I know there is like the final entrance to the secret quest is in Necropolis, but I'm not sure if there's one more step in between. Again, 3 years of not playing the game, you forget some details. At least I remember that the secret quest is here. That's good enough, I guess. This. Where is the piece of the shrine that I'm looking for? It will be marked, so I'm not gonna miss it, but... I'm also once again in danger of getting a nemesis, right? Because I am already nemesis with Chthonians. And we've only fought one of them, surprisingly. Grava, which was usually the worst nemesis to fight. Went pretty well, and we fought him in Fangs of Asterkarn. With a bunch of modifiers on top, because we were inside a, like, dangerous domain, like we are now. But Benjar might actually be worse now. With his assorted sunders and entrapments. There's Grava. Grava does sunder, but it's easy to avoid. Also on that other character, the summoner, that I've done some exploration on Ascendant difficulty already. I have fought the Dread, and the name is apt. And, funnily enough, you basically, well, you don't have to, but you should fight the Dread on every character. Oh, Frozen Aster, thank you very much. Because There's a quest related to it that gives you 1 skill point. So every character, no matter how weak they are, should try to get the Dread summoned and killed. Or you're just missing on power. Okay, who is it? It's Benjar. Oh, alright, let's see how bad it is. Oh, immediately trapped. Okay, you can summon those crystals there, that's fine. What's less fine is that I cannot dodge behind you now. Because the crystals are in the way, and I'm gonna explode if I go in there. Okay. Get it out of your system. No! Okay, I should circle around you. So that I can dodge behind. I'm also missing. Okay, not standing in that. Eastern gloves. Okay, get out of there. Oh, I'm forgetting to reapply my shielding potion. Okay, come out, wherever you are. Don't trap me in ground effects. Don't know what that seal was supposed to do. The sigil, I mean. Interesting. He tried to summon his crystals and nothing happened. I guess because he had too many. I'm surprised that didn't hit me. Okay, come here. Oh, he's empowered now. So he's attacking faster. No, 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 no. Don't trap me in here. Okay, come out. One more thunder. Come on. Ooh, didn't want to run into that. Okay, there he goes. What is my chance to hit this guy? Oh, it's just barely over. I mean, it's better than it looks because I have defensive ability reduction here and here. But yeah, my OA isn't high enough for this guy. Skull of Gulamash, Guillotine, and Shoulders. Are those relevant to us? Doombolt. No, they're not. I mean, they do... Oh, they're not even chaos damage. Never mind. Okay, we're still eligible to summon the other nemesis though, so we're not out of the woods yet. And we can keep summoning them actually, they can just keep reappearing, even though you've killed them in the session. At least, I think so. I don't think that's Ascendant difficulty exclusive. Let me just check something real quick. Okay, all good. It's so dark in here. This is one of those areas that you just hate to play on a sunny day because you can't see shit. Thankfully it's not sunny or day currently, so not a problem for me. So that's all. Now just to go to the second level. There would be a quest here if we were aligned with Kaiman's Chosen, but we're not, so nothing else for us. We don't actually have to go to the second floor, we can just skip it, but you know, XP is XP. Trying to think, is there something specific that I already have on level 90 that I could use to upgrade my build? I have 2 weapons saved up that are level 94. And I'm guessing by the time I get to level 94, I won't actually want them anymore. If I can swap to the Ice King set immediately. Currently I can't, but... Oh, there's the spirits. So that will allow us to restore Mongragan's Shrine and also unlocks a potential super boss fight, which we're 100% not going to be doing, at least not until I'm fully equipped. And that boss fight has a continuation now. Previously you could just fight him once, beat him here, and you could never fight him again. Now there's a second version of him that is available in Fangs of Asterkarn. Specifically, I believe the Rift Gate you can find him at is at Aurora Peak. Aurora Pinnacle. But you have to be playing on Ascendant difficulty, and you have to first find him in Kernhold. Speak to him, he will move over to Aurora Pinnacle, and then you can fight him there. And he's fun. Not too hard, I must say. But again, I was playing it on one of my strongest characters. If I had to actually fight him in melee, I would probably be singing a different tune. That character has beaten Kalagadra on Ascendant difficulty. So that's a different kind of beast than this character is probably gonna turn out to be. The exit out of here is gonna be... we saw one. But that one, I think, takes us back to the higher floor where we came from, because in these rifts you end up in random locations. You do not just exit out of a rift right next to the entrance, or like you enter and you are immediately next to the rift that takes you back out. Sometimes the rift that takes you back out is somewhere else, so... actually, not sometimes, always. So just because you found a rift in here doesn't mean it takes you somewhere else. It couldn't just take you back where you came from. Only way to find out is if you enter it. And you will again get spit out at a random place. Turns out Chaos-affiliated places are chaotic. Who could have guessed? Yeah, I'm not gonna go to the east yet. That's where the exit is. And the boss fight of this area. Which, come to think of it, does this boss even have a monster infrequent specific to him? I don't think... oh, no, he does. He has a shield, right? Supports like Rune of Kalastor. He might have two shields. There's a Chaos one as well. I think it drops from him. Again, I guess... oh, that's speculation because I haven't played in so long. Should be a legendary. Yep, Bismiel's Mark. That's pet jewelry sets for endgame or Raven Familiar. Also a set that I'm very interested in playing, though not specifically for Fangs of Asterkarn. My next plan after this character, after I finish basically endgame and maybe do some limit testing on Shattered Realm and maybe some super bosses, is gonna be to do a combination of Berserker and every other mastery. So it's gonna be 8 more Berserker characters, basically, coming up. With the next one probably being Vera Raven. Think of Vera Raven Veil Walker, so with Necro, in Chaos damage, which sounds insane to do a Chaos Necro. I just tried to open a rift. It's not gonna work in here. Again, forgetting to reactivate my shield potion as usual. And there is this shard. Yeah, the fire shield. Oh, no, no, it's not Rune of Cluster. I'm thinking of the other one. This is Fire Force Wave. Which, funnily enough, I don't think even gets used in the most popular Fire Force Wave build. Because that one is two-handed. But it could be fun. A lot of burn damage. Could be like a damage over time build. Which I haven't done many of. I think only poison and bleed. Question, of course, is what are you doing with as your main attack? I guess Fire Strike? As a commando? Okay, so let's see if Locksmere actually exists. Ouch! And these guys explode in your face. And they hurt. Don't run around him, just hit him. What is going on? Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm not gonna go back to the Mogdorgan Shrine yet. I'm just gonna clear this area, get to the next Rift Gate, and then I'm gonna go back. What is this? Getting stuck on terrain. Yeah, so looks like no Locksmere. Need to check where he spawns now. Or if anybody knows in chat, do feel free to let me know. I wouldn't consider that a spoiler, since I'm gonna Google it anyway. I was kind of looking forward to fighting him, because I do want to see how his Nullify works now. It used to be that it would just straight up strip all of your enchantments, which that doesn't happen anymore, at least not from arcane enemies. It will just turn them off for a while. The difference between arcane enemies and Locksmere was that arcane enemies fire a projectile. And if you get hit by it, you get dispelled. Locksmere just dispelled you. Straight up, you had no choice. Because it worked like a nullification on Arcanist. Because he is an Arcanist. He's a spellbreaker, essentially. So Nightblade and Arcanist. Oh boy. Alderan, okay. We have dealt with him before, so we know what to expect. Unfortunately, this doesn't the sigil count as projectiles? It doesn't, looks like. So we can actually fight him while it's up. His projectile reflection. Right, he doesn't fire back at us. No, he doesn't. Well, something does fire back, but... Oh, it's probably the ticks from the curse. These warrens are dropping a lot. I'm not complaining, they were always annoying to farm. But I'm finding them like every other Nemesis fight. They should have like... What is it, 8% drop chance or something like that? Maybe I'm wrong. Thorngreaves, Dunfin Slicer for Dervish, right? Yeah, yep, Dervish. I always keep confusing Doomfiend and Death Guard, because they're both like Shadow Strike, Acid Poison thingies, but that's above where the similarities and Death Guard is mostly damage over time poison. Doomfiend is straight acid, right? I mean, there is some poison damage here as well. And these enemies coming back here after Fangs of Asterkarn. Enemies feel so much weaker compared to the blastiness. Although I guess Fangs of Asterkarn might feel less blasty now. Because some of the enemies have been rebalanced since, during the hotfixes. I mean, it's been, what, a week and something, and there have already been 5 hotfixes released. Great works fast. I hope they are pretty close to also like, finalizing some of those challenge dungeons, because I'm really looking forward to those. I'd hate to finish like 6 or 7 characters before they release some of them. They said that one of them should be coming in fall, like maybe September or something. Which isn't too far away. Don't quote me on that, by the way. I think it was September, but I could be wrong. Okay, there's our Rift Gate. Send the epaulets. Are you Infernal? You are Infernal. As you can tell by half of my health immediately disappearing. Okay, there's our Rift Gate. So, gonna finish that quest, assuming it actually works. Because again, it's not showing up in my quest log. At least not on the side. It is showing up on my quest log in my actual quest log here. Rowari Legacy is here. Oh! I understand what happened. Well, that makes me feel like an idiot now. So before I went to Fangs of Asterkarn, I went to clear a whole bunch of side quests that I had polluting my quest log. You can just turn them off now. Not even the obligatory ones. So I had it turned off. Okay, well, learned something new. So I didn't have to clear my quest log at all, I just needed to turn the quests off. Ah, oh, damn it. Well, you live and you learn. Hello, Ragrathar. Could you maybe drop your horn in a double rare version, please? Just once. That's a no. Okay. I guess I'll be coming back for you. Oh, we have a monster totem. Again, good source of blueprints, so I am gonna clear it. Veil's Witness. Oh yeah, that's that weird helmet. Yeah. That is a helmet that promotes you using Vera Raven in, I believe, lightning form, and then wants you to use Primal Strike. As in, like, it will be reducing, if you're attacking as a Vera Raven or if you're casting Panetti's Replicating Missile, it will be reducing the cooldown of a beefed up Primal Strike. Which means you're supposed to be a caster that then closes into melee for Primal Strike? I don't even know how Primal Strike would work if you're turned into a Vera Raven. Do you attack in melee? Do you shoot? I have so many questions about that item. Which I guess should be a reason why I should play that one next, but it's another one of those builds that becomes only really available or makes any sense once you're at endgame, and before then you're basically just doing the best you can. And given that I've just played this build, which is Chaos Werewolf and has nothing to do with the final build, well, I am Werewolf still, so I guess it has something to do with the final build, but yeah. I don't want to be doing another one that switches only to the proper build at endgame. That would be a bit dull. And if I have one gripe with Fangs of Asterkarn, not the expansion itself, but like this version of the game, is that it feels like a lot of the support for the new builds with Berserker ends up being late game. Like, if I didn't find these scepters in, what was it? Foggy Bank? No. Sodden Hollow. If I hadn't found these scepters in Sodden Hollow, I basically wouldn't have any item support for a lot of levels, until basically, like, Blood Growth. Okay, so now, why did it open my inventory? I'm trying to click this. Okay. So, we cleanse the shrine. And nasties pop up. Oh, another nemesis, come on. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Oh shit, it's Grava. We've dealt with you before. And dealt with you again. Nope. Ouch. No thunder for me, thank you very much. Okay, don't get dispelled. Okay, they timed out. Good thing I have these seals, at least I have consistent lifesteal because you keep pummeling attacks against this guy because the rift that he summons underneath you just keeps applying fumble and impaired aim. And you're dead. Goody. And would you look at that, another warrant. What is going on? Did they buff their drop rates? I'm not complaining, but like this is getting sus. Open the chest. Bloodsworn. It's a Pierce and Bleed Sword. Stonebearers. I mean, nice stuff, but not for our build. Ogre again. Hello.
Have you come to pay your respects, mortal?
You have done the Rovari a great justice this day, mortal. For this, I thank you. Is this your shrine? You get a devotion point. 3000 over reputation, but we're already honored. The shrine was created in my honor, yes. It is one of many, though none suffer the corrupting presence of Chthon as this one. Your valor shall not go without reward. May I ask some questions? Ask. Who or what are you? I am the Lord of Beasts, protector of nature and guardian of the Rovari. Mortal kind calls me Mogdrogan. Guardian of the Rovari? The Rovari are my chosen people. It is through them that I shall act out my will in the coming darkness. The coming darkness? Be certain of this, mortal. The suffering of your people has only begun. I have other questions. There is more that I wanted to know. How did you convince Rowan to succeed his throne in Arkovia? An ancient tale, and one I enjoy retelling. However, I convinced him of nothing. I saw into his heart and revealed to him the truth he already knew. It was Rowan who had the wisdom to accept my words as nothing less, and for that his descendants have my blessing. God, shouldn't you be protecting Cairn? This is a mere fragment of my presence, an avatar, but more than enough to squash you like the insignificant insect you are. So be careful to presume what I should or should not be doing, mortal. Then why allow the Grim Dawn to happen? The wheels set in motion to culminate in what you call the Grim Dawn have been spinning for far longer than your short life. Even one such as I could not have foreseen the events that transpired that day. But why allow the Ethereals and Chthonians to continue? This world has become just another piece in their brutal conflict. To presume that the cycle could be disrupted is the futile wish of a doomed mortal. So you will do nothing? It is not for you to presume what I will or will not do, mortal. But your people will die. The fate of the Rovari is for me to dispense. I do not expect a mortal to comprehend my intentions. Perhaps you are not as powerful as I thought. This is the same line that he already said. I can threaten him, and I can actually get into a fight with him. But he's not kidding. He's gonna squash me like a bug. I can try later maybe, but not when I'm level 90 and under-equipped. Were you mortal once? An insulting question. Were you not a fool once? What is your relationship with the Rovers? The Rovari are my chosen people. That is the same line that he said before. Okay, so we've basically exhausted the dialogue. I'm not gonna fight him yet. I might try to fight his upgraded version in Ascended mode once I'm equipped properly. Because it looks like a fun fight, but again, the build that I did it on was a summoner. I basically just ran away and let the pets do the damage for me. So Beat him, but not in an honest way, I guess, would be the way to put it. Yeah, still can put some more points in this. Okay, we got a devotion point as well. So, where does it go? We have completed Amatok. Oh, we've completed everything that we were... Oh yeah, next up was Stag. Again, doesn't help us now. At least not particularly. But will be helpful for the future build. Also, I do need the blue devotion. For Korvak eventually. So that's everything here. Did I also want to check, did I turn off any quests? I didn't. Okay, so that's everything there. So next, I shouldn't... Oh yeah, no, never mind. I wasn't sure I opened the rift here, but yeah, I have a main one already. We have another lore note. Commission of the Necropolis, page 1. I've been commissioned to construct a grand mausoleum that will house the thousands of dead from the great battle with the West. That being the Kern. This will be my magnum opus. The project will take many decades, and at my age it is unlikely that I will live to see its completion. I've begun drafting the plans in my head. The main tomb will be centered around a vast well, which will house most of the fallen. The quantity of earth we will need to move is staggering, but it will serve as a foundation for the rest of the city of the dead. While this is being done, a small army of civil servants will be carefully collecting the bodies, crafting notices of identification, and preparing them for temporary burial. It will be many years before the fallen receive their proper burial. We have started construction of temporary mass grave structures to hold them. Some of the families have insisted that they take the remains to which I have no objection, but I cannot imagine why they would not want their loved ones to be honored here, at the site of their glorious victory. I should know that the bodies of the enemy will be shipped back to their border and left for them to do with as they please. I mean no disrespect to their fallen, but quite frankly, they are not our problem. There are thousands of workers being commissioned for the digging, hauling and carving of the stone. Where Erulan found so many able-bodied and willing workers so quickly is obvious. Slaves. Brought from the Imperial prison mines or enemy soldiers from the war. Distasteful, but there is too much work to get done to be timid about this. So many things to consider and prepare. I am eager to get started. I can only hope that my wife and son will be happy here. It won't be much more than a mining town for a few years, but the work is too important to leave to any other. Grand Architect Hema Listari. And so this is the place where the final battle between the Kern and the Erulians took place, and where they basically ended up having to band together. Because the Martok tribe, I believe it was, of the Kern, decided, hey, this is a good place as any to summon a great chthonic abomination and basically destroy everyone. Because, I mean, they are Doom cults, so mass destruction is part of their agenda. I'm thinking if I should try the hidden quest, the secret quest for the base game. I think I might be actually able to do it. Because that one isn't too bad. The other two, actually I could probably do the Ashes of Malmuth one as well. Because Lokar isn't a terrible enemy to fight. And by the time I reach him, I should be well equipped. Let's Shriek. Is that a two-hander? Yes, it is. Berserker Arcanist. And Necromancer, apparently. Who's disrupting my inventory reading? Reduced resistances on Star Pact, full cold conversion, attack speed. So yeah, you want to be hitting with this as an Arcanist in melee. Cold Siphon Souls, Cold Necrotic Edge, with 20% chance to be used. Okay, so a Spellbinder, a Cold Spellbinder in melee. I guess you would be using... Damn, what is it called? Shard of Beronath as your main attack. And using the onslaught charges from it, which it now grants you 3 onslaught charges, I seem to recall. And then you use those to empower the Siphon Souls, I guess. Or you would use Cold Bone Harvest. There's also a new, like, all-class, like, non-specific relic. What is it called? Like, Howl of Beronath, which drops from Beronath, at least the blueprint for it, which seems to give you a spammable attack that has an AoE on its own and gives you onslaught stacks. I'm not sure how that one works, if it's maybe something like Uroboruk's Reaping and therefore an attack that you cannot apply weapon pool skills to, or if it's an actual auto attack. But then again, how would it... It has an AoE, like 5 meter AoE, so I guess it can't be an auto attack. I guess that wouldn't work together. Revered with the Outcasts. I am doubtful that anything that they give us would be better. Because we have Kern Augment already. I'm gonna give it a look, but I don't think so. I am gonna buy some of her defensive augments, in case that becomes relevant. Howdy, Annie. So, what are we looking at? Chaos damage, do you have anything? It's physical, vitality, aether, chaos. I mean, it's extra health. It's missing the flat damage that we have here. And for the future, I guess we could use the cold one. So for now, I guess I buy some of them. This is Aetheras. And just in case we need it for the future, fire and cold, that's inefficient. We are gonna have a +9 to all elemental resistances as soon as we reach Honored with the Coven of Ugdenbog, which I guess it is far away, because if I'm gonna be doing Ashes of Melmoth last, then I guess I should get this. Just in case, and that's the other pair of elemental resistances. And nothing here really matters, right? Those are level 70s. They don't even support chaos. Yeah, no, fuck that. So, these are worse than what I'm using now. Oh, yeah, I also wanted to buy the cold one. I forgot. Not you, you. Where's the cold one? Cold Frostburn. It's actually gonna be two-handed when I'm gonna be using it, so I'm gonna buy some of those. Again, not gonna be used for endgame version of the build, but as an intermediary solution. Intermediate, not intermediary. Very different meaning. Okay, stash those up. Again, not what I wanted to press. This is what I wanted to press. Thankfully here it doesn't matter. And on my stash, this is for weapons. This is for armor. Again, none of these are useful yet because they're on level 94. There are gonna be massive damage upgrades if we need them at that point. Yeah, so if I was playing this, you could totally make this an endgame build. Use probably one of these and one of these. This one will beef up your werewolf quite a bit. Gets you onslaught on feral claws, and then you use those onslaught stacks for rip and tear and for sigil of consumption. And rip and tear on crit will be reducing the cooldown of sigil of consumption, so you can just keep cycling those two. Couple of hits with feral claws, sigil, couple of hits with feral claws, rip and tear on repeat. That would be a totally viable endgame build. Just not one I want to be doing on this character. and Veil's Witness. I believe I already have that, right? Yeah, I already have those. Those do not have an awakened version. I hope that they would. Because those are Chaos Pants. Those would be nice for actually the next build that I want to play. The Chaos Bearer Raven.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
But we're shit out of luck. Void Touch Harbinger's Dominator. It's a level 94 version. I don't know, never mind, that's not even the weapon I want. I'm gonna be wanting one of these Harbinger weapons for the next build, but not at this high level. Okay, this can be here. Make sure not to sell this on accident. I don't really believe I got any double rares, so no point saving any of this. I'm gonna save this.
Put it to good use.
Okay, you go back in the stash
That's what we need stashed.
with the papers.
I'll keep an eye on this.
Oh, I should also, if I'm gonna be doing the secret quest, this is the time where our little salt bag that we got at the start of the game becomes relevant.
I'll keep an eye on this.
So, when you're starting a new character, make sure you do not sell the salt bag, because that is the only way you can get it, by making a new character. Character starts with it and there are no more to be found. So if you did sell it, you have to create a new character and put it in the transfer stash. Oh, not what I wanted to press. Rotated the map on accident. Got another monster totem. Would be nice if it finally dropped a blueprint for us. Oh, those were Ethereal Vanguard, I guess, because we got reputation with the Black Legion. That's what... Dreadwalker Tome. That's gonna be such a fun build. Dreadwalker is some of the silliest shit I can imagine. It's a vitality focused, cooldown based Fanatis replicating missile. With, I believe, Drain Essence as an onslaught stack generator. So you're gonna be doing Drain Essence and then PRM, which... PRM already has a conduit that converts it to vitality and gives it a bunch of cooldown, and then this thing doubles down on it. And PRM seems like such a silly thing to be doing as a cooldown skill. Primarily, it already exists on something else. I think it's Ludrigan. Yeah, Ludrigan gives it like an electrocute damage and a total damage modifier and a cooldown. The thing about PRM is it costs so many skill points to build it up. It's a 4-node skill. And you're gonna be using it as a cooldown skill, so like every once in a while. Which means you have to build up another skill to deal damage with in the meantime. So like that build's gonna be so points hungry. I'm absolutely gonna try it. In fact, that's probably gonna be the first thing I do after I finish all the Berserker combinations is gonna be Dreadwalker. Like, 100%. But that sounds hilarious. Just the concept of a Vitality Arcanist. Sounds silly. Arcanist has no support for Vitality damage. I mean, obviously it doesn't have any resistance reduction, because it doesn't have resistance reduction for anything. Unless you count Alexstras's Flash Freeze, which most people don't. But then doing a full Vitality build on it, when it has no % damage bonuses, no useful exclusive skills, just basically nothing. That sounds like a really interesting thing to try to pull off. And again, the weirder the build, the more interested I am in playing it. I actually wanted to try in the past, and I know some people have done this, a build that's using the Invoker set, which makes Planet's Replicating Missile fire and lightning, then combine it with Ludrigan, which gives it some more lightning conversion, which conflicts with Invoker, and then gives it the total damage modifier and a bunch of electrocute damage. So it would be like kind of mostly lightning, Planet's Replicating Missile, but combining two sets and then giving the skill a bunch of cooldowns so you cannot even spam it. That would be probably terrible, but funny. Okay, is this it? I do not have the... Yeah, I do not have the removal of damage over time or ground effects. Okay, there we go. So this is the location of the final of the hidden quest. Question is, do I already have everything, or am I missing one more thing? Spirit is here, found spirit. You notice that the ritual circle is made with salt that gives off a faint aether glow, but it has been smeared. If you had more of this unique material, then perhaps you could recreate the pattern. So this is where we use the salt bag that we have, the one that we started with, because there is aether salts, bag full of salt seemingly to ward off evil spirits. So we use it here. Restore the ritual circle, and we have a rift. This NPC, this wraith, will not appear unless you have all of the notes and the salt bag. Then you, or rather, the NPC will appear if you have the notes, and then you need the salt bag to restore the ritual circle. So let's see if we can do this. Or should I maybe first get the rift gate over here? How much of a run is it? It's not too bad. So, Sanctum of the Immortal. Travis's letter to Dela, final entry. Dela, I shake in anticipation of what is to come. I can hardly write these words with a stable hand. Our father, our legacy, it is more than I could have ever asked for, more than I could have ever imagined. To deny us this heritage, it is a crime against his very children. But I have learned his secrets, and I will not be denied. Our father is immortal, Dela. It has taken him 1,000 souls trapped within a single moment of agony to accomplish this impossible deed. What dark day in history served in the pursuit of immortality, I cannot say. But here, in the necropolis, our father prepared a different ritual. This one was meant to harvest what remained of the tormented dead within the gravesite, to replenish his own scattered being, but for whatever reason, he never finished it. The sigil was abandoned. All that remained was to light the pyre and offer a living sacrifice. Without hesitation, I finished what he could not. Though I am not truly immortal as he is, the power within these souls will be enough for me to track him down and repay him for all the suffering he has instilled upon us. Then, when my vengeance is complete, I shall use the calamity that now consumes the world to do as our father had before, all those centuries ago. Should you reconsider in joining me, Dela, seek me out to the east. I shall be standing triumphantly over our father's ashes, Dravis. And we will meet Dravis in person in the east, in Forgotten Gods. So we have this shrine, which requires a key. Each one of those hidden quests has one of these shrines that requires a key to give you a devotion point, so that's a bonus for us. There it goes. And we're not done, because there is this torch. If we activate it, we get thrown into the Edge of Reality. That looks eerily similar to Devil's Crossing. Because it is Devil's Crossing. So this hidden quest is a bit of an in-joke. During the beta, now I wasn't there during the beta, but from what I understand, what I've read online, during the beta there were some jokes because every time the beta, or I guess early access, reached the end, like when you went as far as you could go, there was John Bourbon, the NPC that gives you the first quest in the game. He was just standing there telling you, this is the end of the content, thank you for playing. Basically, people were like joking that the final boss is John Bourbon because you cannot get past him in the early access. So they did a little in-joke here. Captain John Bourbon. Hello, I am a clone of John Bourbon. End of Act 2 John Bourbon. This would happen in... It's not Smuggler... I think it's called Smuggler's Pass. After you fight Voldrak, the troll. This is where Act 2 would end. Hello, I am a clone of John Bourbon. I have been placed here by forces beyond, the developers, to inform you that you have reached the end of the early access content. But the way through is clear. What? How perverse. This cannot be. Yep, we can get past this now. And this is gonna continue. Now we are in... Looks like the... Oh, I can get a nemesis in here? Alexander, come on. We haven't fought you yet, have we? You interrupting my secret quest. Destroy the crystals. Actually don't know what they do anymore. They used to apply resistance reduction, but that isn't in the game anymore. Like flat resistance reduction that would apply to all of your resistances. I should actually get hit by them, just to find out what they do. Oh, too late, they're dead. And for once we didn't actually get a warrant. Adversary, Malakor's Infusion. That is a weapon that I have no idea what to do with. So again, very excited to try it. The less of a clear direction I have, the more experimentation I can do. So now we're in or around Homestead, if basically the Dermapterans weren't hulled and took over the area. And that was, I guess, the end of the next early access, although that doesn't seem right. Because Voldrak is only a short distance away from Homestead, so no point ending another section there, right? End of Act 3, Chapter John Bourbon. Huh. I guess it was a place where it ended. Hello, I am a clone of John Bourbon. I have been placed here by Forces Beyond to inform you that you have reached the end of the early access content. Again, the way is open. This blatant error will be amended. You can be certain of it. Moving on then. So, where do we end up now? Now we end up in Darkvale. Oh, sorry, Darkvale Gate, specifically. Bloody Dagger of the Covenant. That's another set that's not awakenable yet. Respected with Barrowholm already. Oh yeah, because we have a 200% reputation gain bonus. I also am forgetting, not only am I forgetting to reapply my Menhiris on the potion, I'm also forgetting to reapply my coin farming, because I'm not particularly rich. I mean, I have 2.7, I think I started this stream actually with 2 million, so I gained almost 1 million just this stream. That's not bad, I guess. Yeah, plus 100% iron bits gained. We'll do that. End of Act 3, John Bourbon. You again. Hello, I am a clone of John Bourbon. Surely you realize by now that you cannot pass through here. Nope. The way is clear. The clone is visibly flustered. You will regret this. Maybe next time. Now we are in Plains of Strife, which I guess was the next part where the early access ended. I haven't played during early access. I only started in full release. So I wouldn't know. Just speculating. End of Act 4, Part 1, John Bourbon. Let's try this again. The clone grinds his teeth. Hello, I am a clone of John Bourbon. I've been placed here by forces beyond to inform you that you have reached the end of the early access content. Nope, the door is open. Who will rue this day? Better luck next time. So many clones of John Bourbon. And we're back in Devil's Crossing. Your connection to the rift gates feels absent, so I'm gonna have to open a rift gate here because I cannot do it inside. And this, I guess, is what would happen in Devil's Crossing if I didn't show. Just run over by Chthonians. Which I guess is the same thing with Homestead, right? Overrun by the Dermapterans, because I never intervened, so it's like an alternate timeline. Chthonic Rift. And here we go. Let me actually amp up the music a little bit. I'm actually surprised that they are allowed to use this music. Because this was in Titan Quest, the hidden area in Titan Quest 1, in Immortal Throne. And Titan Quest is now owned by... the IP is owned by THQ Nordic. I'm surprised they can use the soundtrack somehow. The clone of John Bourbon. That is far enough. You have reached the edge of sanity, the world that is but isn't. The future that is not yet can still be. I'm truly sorry that you have witnessed all of this, but I tried to warn you. Now that mistake must be corrected. What happens next? Next, we have to fight clones of John Bourbon. Doesn't seem too bad, right? Except he keeps splitting. And it gets worse. It's not only does he keep splitting, so they will keep multiplying. They have one nasty effect. This is basically a gimmick fight. Once you bring them low enough, they will gain an absorb shield. This guy already has it. And that absorb shield absorbs like, I don't know, 90%, maybe even more of your damage. Now, that wouldn't be a problem on its own. Okay, so I'm doing less damage to them. Who cares? It's a problem because that means you are not lifestealing from them. Because you're basically doing no damage, you're not getting any health back. So the gimmick of this fight is get one guy to proc his shield and then switch targets to something else. The shield will drop eventually on its own. You don't have to damage it. But you need to switch to different targets so that you can actually lifesteal while you're waiting the timer out. So the trick is, do not damage all of the clones at the same time. In other words, do not have a lot of AoE, or you will be in trouble. Okay, I still have one clone that's kind of healthy. This shield's already dropped. He was split again. I'm getting frozen. Yeah, they also all have different elements. So one is poisonous, one is lightning, another is fire, one keeps freezing you, all of that. So you have to have your resistances covered, and you need to control your AoE. You do that, this is probably the easiest, like, hidden boss, secret quest fight there is. Lokar is also kind of okay, it's not too bad, but he can hurt. And then there's the Forgotten Gods secret boss, which is absolutely insane, and probably one of the most unfair and imbalanced fights in the game. Like, they literally made it so that, hey, this is absolutely unreasonable, let's see if people can beat it. It's not balanced at all, and they're not even trying to. And then, of course, there's the Fangs of Asterkarn secret quest, which I did over the weekend, and that's also absolutely insane. And that one also has an Uber version that's absolutely... Like, I tried, I really did, I spent an entire afternoon trying. on my strongest build. Couldn't do it. Okay, this is starting to hurt because I'm mistargeting. I'm hitting the guys that have a shield on. So it's not that they are doing a lot of damage, it's that I'm not being able to sustain my health of some of them. Okay, this guy is shielded now. We'll switch targets. Okay, that's another down. Okay, one more left. The final form of the clone of John Bourbon. Now, because he's only one left, the shield is gone. And now, the actually final form of the clone of John Bourbon. Just when you thought it was over. Come on, motherfucker, just die. He's so tanky. Actually, you know what? I want to check something. How much health does he have? No, it doesn't. Didn't apply it. I keep making this mistake. Only 4.5 million. That's kind of embarrassing. I guess he's absorbing a lot of damage. Oh, he's also preventing damage taken because he has a blade barrier from Light Blade. Come on. Almost there. Ta-da! We get Gazerman. Much of experience gain. This used to be like a leveling armor, but since the low car set now exists, it's basically redundant. But minus 10% offensive ability, minus 10% defensive ability increases armor by minus 30%. So, you know, 15% experience gain, plus 1 to all skills, but you pay for it. And if you want to see what it looks absolutely terrible. That's kind of the point. So, if we shift back to human form, this is our pretty self. And this is what we turn into. This is actually new, I must say. It didn't used to float. You did actually have legs. You were just dressed as an eyeball from the waist up. Actually, a little bit more than waist up. It was like down to your knees. But now they added the technology to change running animations and remove parts of your model. So yeah, now we're a floating eye. Doesn't affect the werewolf, of course. And Clone Strophe. Sigil of the Bear King. So that's our secret quest done. Actually, I'm wrong. Again, not newsworthy, but I remembered that yeah, we do meet Dravis in Forgotten Gods, like I said, but we will actually be dealing with Dravis's quest line before that as well. In the east, that was correct, but it's gonna be here in the east, actually up here in the east, not quite in the Corvan lands. So yeah, that was the secret quest. You can do this fight as many times as you want. The rift will now be here. You no longer need the salt bag. You no longer need the papers. The rift will just remain here. Not that you have any reason to keep doing that, but if you felt like repeating the fight, you can. That also incidentally kind of emptied our inventory because we got rid of all the Dravis notes that we needed for the quest. Well, quest. It's not a quest, you do not get a quest log entry for it, you do not get a reward, reputation or anything like that. It's basically just a hidden little Easter egg. I'm gonna skip this for now, I'm just gonna go to the Rift Gate first. Because if I remember correctly, it's not far off. And it's gonna be another devotion point for us inside. And another one here. So that will finish Stag. Actually, am I wrong in that? I'm not sure if there's a shrine down there. No, there should be. Demonic Gorgering of Voidfire. That sounds promising. Again, these rings did not exist before this expansion, so more monster infrequent rings, always welcome. People used to just use the living rings and creeping rings from not Forgotten Gods, Ashes of Melmoth, that you could farm in Ancient Grove, so now we have more monster infrequent rings. Smite, Bursting Round, and Spectral Binding. So it's a fire... Spectral Binding, that's interesting. So fire, vitality, chaos. Attack speed, 7% attack speed, that's not too bad. Stun duration... I mean, it's not for this build, but it's not a bad rolled ring. I'm gonna save that. Void Piercer, that is a crossbow, that's a new one. I don't have that yet. Chaos Soldier. Chilling Cry, so that would be a Thane, potentially. A Death Knight, probably not. And Veil Walker. But of course the Awakened version. And also Sphere of Many Blades. This is an item that I'm super interested in. It's an Acid Retaliation Witch Hunter. It's not using a shield. I don't remember what the modifiers are on the Awakened version. Does it make you a Retaliation Shadow Striker, maybe? Or maybe it's the item that modifies Blade Barrier for Retaliation. Like this is super cool. A Retaliation of Hand. It's not the first of its kind. Like there is Consumption of Agrivix, for example, that gives you a retaliation version of Kalidor's Tempest and something else. Is it Flames of Ignafar, maybe? Might be. I think it's a physical version of Flames of Ignafar, maybe. Again, I would have to look it up in my neat little table. So there's our Rift Gate. And our objective here is to secure this Rift Gate specifically so that the Black Legion can use it to zip into here through the Rift Gate instead of having to march over hostile territory and draw attention. Here they are. Okay, I did not assign my devotion point, Infector's Shade, so I'm gonna do that. Okay, after this we finish Stag, we can remove this tribute point, and we will still need one more devotion to get Korvac, which will mean Kraken. Which will be wasted devotion points because we are not two-handing currently. But we will be. Algrim.
Took you long enough. There I thought I'd have to save the world all by myself.
Oh, how about you do some work then? It's so easy.
The cult of Chthon is too numerous for us to take them head on. But we can sabotage their efforts with a few precise attacks, while our Black Legion friends keep them distracted elsewhere.
I have some questions. Not sure now's the time. Oh no, this is stuff I already asked him about in Port Icon, so I can skip that. What's our plan then?
It appears that the ritual is being powered by blood harvested at the cult's camps, delivered here in despicable blood wagons. To complicate matters, the constant flow of blood is maintaining a chthonic seal over the entrance to the Tomb of the Watchers. I may be able to breach it with some effort, but there is no way you would be able to follow me through. You will have to disrupt the blood deliveries first. The tomb itself is split into 3 levels, with the bottom floor sealed off behind ancient wards. But if the cult is delivering blood in those quantities, Then they must have already broken through them. I'm going to enter the tomb and see if I can disrupt the ritual from inside. In the meantime, you should deal with the Bloodwagons. When you're finished, join me on the bottom level, just beyond the seal of the Lughorian. With luck, we will stop the cult of Chthon before the Lughorian even moves a tentacled limb.
We'll stop the cult. So, this is the tomb that we're trying to get into, but yeah, it is sealed. We need to get in by destroying those Bloodwagons. First, I'm gonna head back to the Black Sepulchre. Get my devotion point. And that's it, right? That's all the quests that we have for base game. Oh yeah, we also need to get the Bastion of Chaos cleared for Anasteria. So back we go. Where we stop, nobody knows. So this is a bit of a labyrinth. We might again draw the ire of the undead nemesis, even though we killed both of them this run. They can keep respawning now, which makes it so much easier. One of the previous streams I was like looking at the Ascension altar and thinking, why in the world would I want to sacrifice valuable materials to increase the spawn rate of nemesis by 10%? Just make them spawn 10% faster. Little did I know, not only can you keep spawning them in the same session, it also... You're not forced to apply multiple different materials to the Ascension altar. You can just stack up the same one up to 5 times. So you can increase, if you use that recipe, you can increase the spawn rate of nemesis by 50%. And then basically you just pick an area and you can farm nemesis in there for hours and they will just keep coming. So if you're looking for a specific nemesis item, amazing way to do it. And then you can also, you know, depending on what build you're playing, you can flavor the items to whatever damage type or playstyle type. If you're playing pets, you just slot in one extra material to increase the drop rate of like pet items by like 40% or something, and you can just form your nemesis of choice for hours on end, never have to quit out. They will just keep spawning and they will keep dropping items of the type that you have biased your item drops to, which is great. When I remember what it was like trying to farm like Kai'San amulets in the past, you would have to basically fish through all of the spawn locations of Kai'San on the map, kill him, quit out, respawn the entire map, and again start exploring all of the areas he can spawn, just for a chance of one amulet. And now you can just keep running through Eldritch areas, he will just keep spawning, and you can even bias the item drops. That's an amazing change. Kai'San was one of those nemesis that had a nemesis-specific item that could not drop in Shattered Realm, so you couldn't even farm it there. You had to go to main campaign to get it. And now it's so much better. A tome. Don't remember if there even is a lore note in here, probably not. Or maybe one tops. So this is actually one of those side areas where you have... If there wasn't the Devotion Shrine, you have basically no reason to come here. No quest is leading you here, no lore is hidden in here. It's just... come here if you wish. I guess one thing that leads you here is the boss of this area, which drops a unique, monster infrequent you cannot get anywhere else. So if that's something for your build, then you do have to come here. I believe it's like a physical Wire's Might and something else, medal. Although I have to admit that these three ghoul bosses, this one, Plagueis, Necrathan, and Harvul kind of blends together for me, so maybe I'm mistaking their medals one for another. Oh, we have a ancient totem here as well. Again, another chance for recipe. Please, 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 give me Ice King. I've already actually found the Ice King recipe on a different character, but I chose not to read it. I want to earn it on this character directly. Nope, didn't get it. Okay, so there's our buddy, right around the corner. It's Plagueis. Have you heard the story of Dark Plagueis the Wise? Was I correct? Oh, it's Vitality Virus Might. Never mind, I was not. So that would be a Vitality Oppressor. Yes. Vitality Virus Might. There is a build for that already, right? If you do Rodgeist supports Vitality Virus Might, but not with Necromancer. It's Rodgeist is a Shaman, Oathkeeper, and Occultist set. So this would be a different way to support it. I do not have a Hollowed Fang. Oh yeah, that's right, because I had to craft a whole bunch of components and I used the Hollow Fangs. Don't even remember for what. Maybe the... Was it the prismatic? No, that can't be it. I don't know. I used it for something. So I'm gonna have to make a new one. Hollowed Fang.
I do the best I can with what I've got.
I can make a few. So let's do that. What's my inventory looking like? I have plenty of space. I don't have to.
Bring me back a
Well,
blueprint.
since I'm here, I might as well. So I don't actually. I have not saved the Geyserman in the past. I didn't feel a reason to. So I guess I will do it now. This is in the super secret stash. So this is for like super bosses, items, and from secret quests. I also no longer need this Stormheart. The 75 version, I can actually sell it. Because I have done everything in that storyline.
See anything you like?
This can go. Beastmonger, that's a new thing that does not have an awakened version. I did want to save the tome, unless you can craft the Dreadwalker. And I wanted to save this and this, which again I'm gonna start running out of space soon. This is the Gorger Ring. It's double rare. It was one of these. No, it was not.
See you
Okay.
around.
So my Awakenable stash tab is already full, so I'm gonna have to put it somewhere else. I guess here. Jewelry and belts. This is for rings. Oh yeah, this is for rings. And the Dreadwalker, I wanted to check. Can you craft Dreadwalker?
I do the best I can with what I've got.
Dreadwalker Scour, you can craft it, so I do not have to save Dreadwalker for future. This is the level 94 version. Yeah, okay, so I can sell this.
Come see what's left of my wares.
And Zolhan's, no, that's Perdition. Okay. It was Zolhan that has an awakened version now, but I think I already have
See
one.
you around.
So, back to business. Restore the shrine. Okay, that finishes Stag. I could respec the point that I now have in the crossroads because I do not need it anymore. This is self-supporting now. But it would cost me 5% health. And this doesn't actually help. I mean, come to think of it, I'm not going to be able to unlock Korvac anyway. No, I do not get blue here. I do still want to get Rumor, but... Sorry, Murmur. But this is not currently... Cold acid damage, avoidance... There is some health. I guess I could start working towards that. We're gonna go back to Devil's Crossing. Or is the... Actually, the Mystic in Kernhold is close, right? Not Mystic, Spirit Guide. Ah, it's about the same run distance.
Traveler.
So, you go away. Do I need this? I do. Ogul, right. Right, so in order to even unlock this, I need 3, which means I need to complete this for now. And then I can slot this in and remove this point again. Because investing in Kraken currently doesn't do anything, and I do want to level up Rumor to some decent level before I actually make the switch to cold damage. Where was I? Here. There's also a hidden space. Did I explore this or no? I didn't. There's a hidden place here. Deadwalker, not to be confused with Dreadwalker, which is the set we just threw away. And also, there's a neat little shortcut. There's not a quick exit from here, but there is this torch. If you touch it, it will open this. So instead of having to run all the way back around here, you can just shortcut it from this end. After that, it's not too long overrun. Although it does help that my run speed is over cap. Yeah, 140. Not too much over cap, but still helps. Now, still have this entire section to explore. Probably gonna get another Nemesis. Even though we've already killed both Valdaran and Alexander on this session. I don't know, maybe... I don't remember if I ever got the same Nemesis respawning on Ultimate. I know it happened on Ascendant, but I think it happened to me on Ultimate as well. So I'm probably not safe. Even though I've already dealt with both Undead Nemesis and both Chthonic and both Ethereal, I think I can still get more. At least I can't get the Dread. Yet. Because I am not ready for that on this character. But a few more levels. And I will be, hopefully, if I find the Ice King set. I also will need to go back to Things of Asterkarn once I'm ready for level 94 items. I will need to... Oh, that sucks for you. Okay, you can die over there. You're stuck behind terrain. I will need to go back and farm one of those Chalcidian or whatever it's called belts that drop from the crabs in Ulos Springs. Because that's gonna be my best in slot belt for the Cold Berserker. And I'm gonna be playing. So I will have some motive to come back to Fangs of Asterkarn for a little bit of farming. Even before we finally can get back to Beronath. This blacksmith is a normal blacksmith otherwise, but hang on, I've got enemies coming in. But one unique thing that he does is he lets you convert materials. See, these crafting recipes, those are normal. But what is not normal is this. We can convert Ancient Hearts to Blood of Chthon. We can make Ancient Hearts from Tainted Brain Matter. This is normal, and we can make Tainted Brain Matter from Blood of Chthon. So whichever one of the three basic materials from the base game you have, Blood of Chthon, Ancient Hearts, or Tainted Brain Matter, you can convert between them. And it is 1-to-1, right? Yeah, 1-for-1. You cannot do this anywhere else. Then there is another blacksmith that lets you do this for materials that you get in Ashes of Malmuth, but that blacksmith appears in Ashes of Malmuth content, and then the same thing for Forgotten Gods. And this blacksmith only spawns on Ultimate. Which makes me think it's curious that there is no, as far as I know, there is no conversion blacksmith in Fangs of Asterkarn, right? You can, even in a normal blacksmith, you can convert Frozen Aster to Aspect of Beronath in a 10-to-1 ratio, but I don't think there's anything for Bloodbound totems, and you can craft soul echoes from soul fragments, I guess. So, yeah, I guess it's only Bloodbound totems that you can't convert. Now, if only you could convert Bloodbound totems to Aspects of Beronath, that would be a godsend. It's gonna be so hard to get them, and some of the endgame helmets that you can craft require like 10 Aspects of Beronath to craft one helmet, and you might sometimes need to craft multiple before you get the crafting bonus you want. So like, it's gonna eat up so many Aspects of Beronath, and they are so hard to get. I don't quite remember what the Aspect of Beronath does in the Ascension Altar, but like, nothing that the Ascension Altar offers is worth sacrificing Aspects of Beronath, it feels to me. They are so rare, so hard to get, so annoying to farm, that you should just probably save all of them. Unless you're GD stashing your materials. Which I might eventually start doing if it becomes too much of a hassle. Because it's not that it's difficult to farm Aspects of Beronath. You just need to keep repetitively running Freyol Valley, 4 spawn points for Frozen Aster, and then converting them 10-to-1 into Aspects of Beronath. There is no challenge, it's just a time waster essentially. So you might eventually just cave in and save yourself the hassle. I try to not GD stash materials, but sometimes it's like you're in the middle of a crafting session and you just ran out of Tonic Seals of Binding. Do I really want to start farming a Bloodsworn cultist for 2 hours? Not really. More scepters that we will be abandoning very soon. Commission of the Necropolis, page 2. I need to take a drink. We've been talking a lot. Okay. Commission of the Necropolis, page 2. After 10 years, the Necropolis, as it has come to be known, is more than halfway finished. Far ahead of my early projections. Though I can't say it has been without complications. I was shocked when an agent of the Erulan Imperium appeared and began reassigning workers and equipment without my approval. Apparently the Imperium is having an additional chamber constructed beneath my original designs. These imbeciles have no sense of grandeur and design. This is my life's work we are talking about. I don't care how much the Imperium is paying me, I will not stand for it. Over the last 7 months I have written several distasteful letters to the Erulan Council, stating my displeasure with these arrangements. Not a single response. Every time I see that wretched man Bestiaris, I confront him on the subject, and every time he gives me the same tired response. I have been appointed by the Erulan Imperium. If you take issue with my duties here, please take it up with them. Well, they can ignore me all they want. This is my vision, and I will not be pushed aside as it is befouled. I don't care how long it takes. I will find out what they are doing down there, and I will put an end to it. The Grand Architect, Emal Listari. By the way, this is something that I found relatively recently as a non-native speaker. Necropolis is not just like a gaming fantasy term or like, oh, City of the Dead, Necromancers, stuff like that. No. I think I first heard the name Necropolis in Heroes of Might and Magic, but it's an actual thing. It's just a giant-ass graveyard. So when I started playing Grim Dawn and I, looked at the map, starting out in the vanilla game, and I saw the Necropolis, I was like, oh, we're gonna be fighting like a Necromancer town, or there's gonna be something similar to like the Lord of the Rings area where the Nazgul live or stuff like that. That looks kind of Necropolis-y. No, it's just a giant graveyard. Or is it cemetery? There's a distinction between the two, but I have forgotten what it is. Okay, so that was one of the blood wagons, the western one. Blood flows. Level up. Or lore note. Cunning. The blood I am hauling is pulled like water from an upturned cup. It presses and climbs up the side of the glass, trying to return to its source. If the lids were not on so tight, would they burst off? Would the blood fall sidelong through the air to he who calls it back to him? I confess the urge to release one of the lids is strong. But my conviction is stronger. This is a test, and I will pass through fire into the realm of the gods and legend. Soon the centuries of long sleep will be over, and when the Logorian wakes, the unbelievers will suffer for their lack of faith. Kabbalist Zakul. Hang on. Zakul? Isn't that a name of one of the new sets? The Zantai's favorite set? I mean, it's spelled with 2 L's there. This is with just one, but that is strange coincidence. Yeah, the Zakul's Anima set, right? It's called. Huh. Okay, another totem. Oh, I didn't assign my skill points. Oh, that's... Oh, yeah. I'm now just only gaining 1 per level. Because I'm level 90 plus. Yeah, so our skill development is slowing down. Oh, hello. Aren't you big? Don't you hurt? Stonefather. That is a set you cannot craft, so I am gonna have to save that. Actually, is that wrong? Or it is a set you can craft, actually. You know what, I'm just gonna check before I forget. I think it is one you can craft, so I don't have to save that. Because I seem to recall throwing some of the pieces away from my stash when I realized. It is here.
Got any more scrap metal?
Stonefather. Yep, you can craft it. So I'm gonna sell that.
If you find any blueprints, see anything you like?
I can save one of these just in case, but no, actually they're gonna be worse, right? They're gonna be worse than the stuff I have saved up. That's Chillmane. I don't want that. I thought it might have been the Loghorse set, which I do want to save, but... Nope. It's gonna be worse than everything. But I do still want to have one of them, right? I probably don't want to dual wield these. Because they will fall off once I have one. Maybe not. I'm gonna save it, just in case. In case I don't upgrade my build by level 94, don't get the Ice King ready to go. Best to have a fallback. Okay, that was that. So we still need 2 more of these blood thingies, and we are also going to be entering the challenge dungeon. What time is it? How much time do I have? It's probably gonna be one or the other, so I guess I'm gonna do the challenge dungeon and finish the base game later. Actually, there's also gonna be a quest to go to Port Valbury, but I guess that doesn't matter if I do it before or after finishing the base game. Oh yeah, because we allied with the Necromancers, we have Necromancer allies here fighting on our side instead of Kaiman's Chosen. Finger of Gardalvor. Yeah, that's a funny one. Big middle finger. The fallen Gardalvor had only one thing to say to his executioners. Sit and spin. Skin flare raiment. Okay, there's our... yeah, we need to repair this bridge. This bridge has collapsed, preventing access to another section of the necropolis. It must be restored before you can cross it. 40 scrap and 25,000 iron bits. Which leads us to Bastion of Chaos, over here. Which I am not gonna go to yet. I'm gonna finish exploring the necropolis so that next time I start, the entrance to the Loghorian is already open. Because I will not manage to do everything tonight that I planned to. I was thinking I'm gonna finish the base game, but since we were doing also the secret quest, that took a little bit of extra time. Plus I was running around the wrong rift in Bloodgrove for a little bit. Aren't you all nicely bunched up? Damn summoners. Stop it. All these ads. I want to skip ads. Where's the button? Yeah, that was the... ah, that was the eastern, not the northern. How much north can you go? I guess it's somewhere in the middle here. You. I would preferably like to get the Nemesis respawning here rather than have it happen in Bastion of Chaos, but I guess not. I'm gonna start running out of enemies to kill in here. Or at least if the Nemesis is going to spawn again in the Bastion, either do it before the gates or after I have obtained the hidden shard. Oh, there's a hidden area here. Kalidor's Mantle. That is another set that I'm hoping gets an Ascended version. I mean, I'm hoping every epic item gets an Ascended version, but sets in particular. And Kalidor's Tempest doesn't really have that many. Right, it has what? The Agrivik set and Hara. I guess it also has Vanquisher. Maybe it's not that bad in terms of set support for that skill. But nothing for Aether, which could be a... There is Aether CT support, but not on a set. Kalidor could cover that. Or hell, even an alternate version of Fire Kalidor's Tempest would be nice, because the way Vanquisher supports it, it imposes a cooldown on it, and a spam version would be kind of neat as well. Not everything has to be done on sets, of course. There are individual items that support Fire CT on spam, and a lot of them, in fact. But usually you get more interesting support on sets, especially now in Fangs of Asterkarn, where you have the various like cooldown reductions, cooldown additions, DDMs, onslaught stacks, all that jazz. A lot of that tends to be reserved for sets because those are powerful tools. You don't want just one item giving you all of it. Okay, so that's that. We can now enter this. This is now unlocked, but we're gonna go to the Bastion of Chaos. Before we do, I'm gonna read the lore notes. That's gonna be the final one for a while. I don't think there are any lore notes in Chaos. And then next stream I'm gonna do the interior of the necropolis. Or the tomb of the... what is it called? Whatever, the tomb of the Logohorian. Commission of the Necropolis Part 3. My father, Hemal Listari, is dead. After nearly 20 years of his finest work, the necropolis is complete. It is of great misfortune that he did not live to see his final work completed, having suddenly passed away mere days ago. It haunts me how strong and healthy he was to die as suddenly as he did. I am deeply saddened and yet filled with pride and happiness that I was handed the honor of finishing his grand design. The Imperium has agreed to have him entombed here, great honor to our family name to be at rest with so many valiant defenders of our great nation. As for myself, I am designing my father's mausoleum, and then I must leave for my next commission. I have been tasked with the construction of a massive tunnel that will serve as passage between the conquered Northlands and the Arkovian South. Perhaps not as noble a project as the great necropolis, but it will be mine, and I have many years to fill my father's shoes. Hang on, a passage between conquered Northlands and Arkovian South. Oh, that will be... wait, Arkovian South. So either he means the... oh, Smuggler's Passage wouldn't be it, right? I was thinking about Darkvale Gate. But Darkvale Gate doesn't lead to the Arkovian South at all. It's very far away. Okay. Where were we? I wanted to stay and oversee the construction of my father's mausoleum, but the orders were clear that I get started on the passage immediately. I don't understand the rush or insistence. I almost feel like they are forcing me to leave. Assistant Architect Odin Listari. Yeah, so we're gonna get some more context for this whole death of Hemal Listari at the peak of his strength, deeper in the necropolis in the tomb that we just unlocked. But that's not gonna be this stream. So, let's see how bad this is. My chaos resistance is strong, right? My fire is as well. Maybe the final boss will pose some challenge, but I think the rest of this, unless I get bum rushed by a nemesis or two. So I'm not sure that can happen. That you spawn two nemesis back to back. I should be fine. One thing that I have noticed, I'm not quite sure on how the dread spawn works. Because I assumed that it works the same way as it does for nemesis. Like after you've killed a certain number of enemies, depending on the strength of those enemies, you might get a spawn. But I'm starting to think that it might be like time-based, because when I was doing the secret quest for Fangs of Asterkarn, I was doing the final boss fight, which doesn't spawn ads, you just fight one guy, and the dread spawned during the fight, during the boss fight. I wasn't killing any enemies, I was damaging a single boss. So why would it spawn in the middle of it? So it must be on a timer, I guess. If you've been around, running in the world for a certain period of time, the chance that it spawns keeps going up until it just drops on you. One consolation is that I didn't die to the dread there. I actually died the moment it spawned to the boss itself, so I didn't have to fight it. And it seems like when you die, the dread despawns. So if it bricks one of your fights, you can come back and you don't have to deal with the dread. Which is good. But I'm still curious, like, it should probably be working differently so that you don't run into that issue, right? You do not want your boss fights that you're struggling with to be interrupted by the dread. Imagine you start the fight with Elagadra or the new amped up Mogdrogen, and then the dread drops on you and screws you over, and you have to start all over again. I guess it's a good thing you can turn the dread off, but you shouldn't have to remember to turn it off every time you're heading off to a boss fight. There's gonna be another devotion shrine here. Well, not here, but like north of here. And then... is there one in Port Valbury? Trying to remember. I do not think so. So that will be the last shrine we get in base game. And then, because I've decided to go to Forgotten Gods next, to get progress on the ritual for Beronath, so that we can actually access the final fights of Forgotten Gods. That's gonna be a big boost to our devotion status, because Forgotten Gods has a shit ton of devotion shrines. Like, it's ridiculous. Which I guess makes sense, that area was very religious, for reasons that will become obvious when we get in there. Also, no, I did clean up my inventory, that's good. I was thinking, because I cannot portal out of here, and I won't be able to portal out of the challenge dungeon, I should keep my inventory clear. Must say, I made a lot more progress on... didn't make as much progress on the map as I was hoping to. I was hoping to finish the base game tonight, but I made a lot more progress on XP than I thought I would. Already like nearing the halfway point of level 91. Sorry, leading to 92. So like next stream is 94, and hoping that I have the Ice King set ready to go. I might actually... nah. I was gonna say I might shortcut it and farm the set recipe on one of the other characters, the level 100s, because those can easily breeze through Ascended mode and have much better drop rates for stuff like that, but I do want to earn the set the honest way here. It's gonna be more satisfying to get it this way. After having to claw my way through on scrunched up gear and basically just Chaos Werewolf with the 1 or 2 monster infrequents that I could find for that build, it will feel nice to get Ice King suddenly dropping on me for this character specifically. And I mean, if I wanted to get the set, I could have it already. Because I did find the recipe on the different character and chose not to use it. So I'm gonna commit to that. And I can always brute force it through crafting. Which I guess is another reason to go to Forgotten Gods next, because there's a blacksmith that allows me to craft endgame legendaries randomly. Did I just get an aspect of Beronath? Holy shit. Yes, thank you very much. I do want those. I want so many of those. Drop another 60, please. I'm a lot tankier than I was before, boys. Well, not tankier. I'm life stealing a lot more because I have the sigils. Also reminds me, I turned up the music for the secret boss fight, then I didn't turn it back down. Not that there's any music happening currently, but so that it doesn't blast our ears off in the future. Okay, that's our devotion point, which is going into Murmur. And Guards of Justice, Court of the Ancestor. Was that in the game before? Yeah. Does look familiar. Okay, so again, if we're getting a Nemesis spawn, please do it now. Or forever hold your peace. Do not want to be dealing with another Nemesis in the dungeon. Spawning Musilauki in Steps of Torment was adrenaline enough. Thank you very much. Okay, I guess not. Because we're basically entering the dungeon now. This is interesting. This is actually the first time when you're doing a full new playthrough that I've been able to start earning Barrowholm reputation in the base game. Because I met score in Pangs of Asterkarn already. I do not have to even get Ashes of Melmoth to get that reputation building. Not that they will be particularly important for our build, I'm basically only allying with them because they have an augment that increases your health by like 4% for armor. And our character is gonna be kinda squishy. By the way, if you want to check the final build, it's in the video description and also, or I guess stream description. And also if you put in exclamation mark build in chat, you will get a link to the final build that we're gonna be playing. Yeah, so our build is not gonna have a crap ton of health. So getting some of those augments to bring it up will be helpful. If I do not need the resistances. Otherwise, I definitely do want to go hostile with Barrowholm. On a few characters, definitely, because there is now a good reason to be hostile with them. Some of the monster infrequents that they drop, and not just them, but like there's these Ugdenbok crossbows that are basically now exclusive to them. They used to drop randomly from some witches and stuff, and I think now they're more or less Barrowholm exclusive, but they will drop a lot. And I do have a few characters planned that wants those crossbows. Plus you can get the Namadea monster infrequents, which are also pretty cool. Especially the one that makes you a vitality gunner on Inquisitor. Okay, so in here, well, first off, I should check what modifiers we're dealing with. Again, forgetting to reapply my shield potion. This is gonna be a constant issue, to the point that I'm gonna stop commenting on it now. Again, damage reduction, that's not great. Crit damage, sure. Cooldown reduction, that's gonna be bad for the final boss fight. And burn and fire damage increase. Oof. Yeah, the final boss in this area is fire, so him having his damage amped, I'm not excited about. So in here we need to make it to the second floor, I believe. At the very least, so that we can complete the quest for Anasteria. And I'm also curious because on that floor there is a boss, an old boss that has been in the game for ages. Lagoth Ak. I'm curious how they changed him. He was always very non-threatening. I'm curious if he's been amped up for the expansion, because they have been reworking some base game bosses. Especially the ones that were kind of underperforming in their scariness duties. Again, these traps. another one of those effects that the potion modifier that negates environmental damage would not work. Because this is a single entity doing damage to you, not an environment per se. So are you full? That's is that a cold one? No, acid one. And these demon, or I guess tonic heroes often have some like specific name to them and not a tag. So you don't know if they're like cold or whatever. And this guy is Infernal, for example, which I do not like. Infernals are so rippy. I think of all of the new ones, Infernals are probably the most dangerous. Seems like. As long as you have some decent entrapment resistance, you can deal with Bramble. You do not freeze very easily, then Arctic are also fine. Or Glacial, is it? I don't remember. But the fire ones, the Infernal ones, there is no protection. It's just fire and physical damage. You can have as much fire resistance as you like, but you cannot do much against the physical. It's just gonna hurt. And they like to shotgun a lot. I mean, I have 84% fire resistance and the Infernals still hurt. Like hell. I like how mobile the werewolf is. Even just the fact that, you know, you have the evade, which I'm not used to because it wasn't in the game when I last really played actively. And then also the rip and tear. Just can get on top of enemies very fast. And I could have more. Could also have leap. And a mobility rune instead of the evasion modifier. I could be zipping around with 4 mobility skills. But that's too piano for me. I'm gonna save piano playing for, I don't know, adversary demolitionist or barrelsmith demolitionist, not for just getting around the map. It would be too much fatigue. Just check something real quick. Yeah, it's working. Okay, now we're nearing the potential spam fight, right? If you enter in here, a bunch of stuff starts spawning, and it's gonna continue spawning for a while, even after you finish this fight. Okay, looks like we're done, right? Open this door. Yeah, we can just pass through, no problem. And oh, look, where did those come from? And another wave. And another wave, and they just keep coming. Which, you know, it's just fodder, it's not big challenge or anything. But it can get pretty nasty when you don't know about this. You just kill the initial batch of enemies, then you push forward, there's a boss here. You decide, okay, I should fall back, and you fall back into this, and there's just spam. So now you made the boss fight even worse. So there's Guardian of the Bastion here, which we need to kill. That was a lot of debuffs. Oh yeah, he has Reflective. So those were my debuffs. They got thrown back onto me. Stop running around and just die. Good boy. So that's Zalnaros. We have to kill this guy, or we cannot progress. Harbinger's Dominator Blade, that's another one of those summoner ones for Chaos, Familiar and Skeletons. Morgul's Mortality. And that has been changed with the expansion, or I guess with 1.3. And we have Vitality Chilling Rounds. This gun didn't used to have any modifiers, skill modifiers. Now it's for a Vitality Gunner. Which I guess would go together with the Namadea's Eye that I was mentioning earlier, the medal that makes you a Vitality Gunner on Inquisitor. Okay, so that's one, and there's the other boss. I'm actually gonna back out of those traps, because they keep spawning there. But these ones are already... No, they are still active. God damn it. So they was time out. And again, spam of spawn from behind. This map just loves to do that. Spawn traps underneath you, which can be pretty rippy for unprepared characters, and then mid-boss fights you not only have to deal with the traps that are dealing damage to you, but if you try to fall back, you're falling into more traps and additional spawns. Just assholes. Harbinger of Eternal Suffering. Yeah, that literally just got nerfed. Because apparently it was overpowered. I think that's gonna be a common pattern, this expansion. That a lot of the onslaught stacks or onslaught stack granting items are just gonna be overperforming and crowding out everything else. Because I don't know how you balance around onslaught. It's just so powerful. Tears of Asterkarn, an amulet. Counter-strike. But not a retaliation counter-strike. It doesn't deal any retaliation damage here on the amulet. Cooldown reduction, which also will affect counter-strike proc chance or proc rate. Acid, Veil of Shadow, and Leap. Could you use this on the Sentinel of the three? I think so. Even though it doesn't have retail on it. Sentinel of the three could probably use this. Because that is acid retaliation counter-strike. And lowering the cooldown on counter-strike is gonna be a big boost to your damage output. I can't remember what build that's... what amulet that build uses normally. Because I haven't done it on Soldier, I have done it on Sentinel straight up, like Occultist and Oathkeeper. The Soldier version might actually want this amulet. So I don't think there are a lot of like retaliation, acid retaliation options on amulets. Oh, we have a totem and it's ancient as well. Right on top of where Lagoth Axe spawns. That's the boss that I'm curious about if he's been buffed. Now I'm starting to hope that he isn't. Or do I maybe bypass this? Because the boss that I'm trying to find to complete the quest for Anasteria is on this floor, if I remember correctly. I should maybe go kill him first, make sure that I get that completed, and then come back to this. Basically make the same sensible decision that I made in Steps of Torment. Because I would hate to have to come back here. It sucks here. More stuff spawning behind us, that's fine. Almost a level. That went quick. Because the enemies, what level are they? 95. 97. Could be wrong, but I think XP scales with enemy levels. Oof, that hurt. Good level timing. Okay, so our one meager skill point now. Still not done with Sigil. Okay, where is the boss? Should be in here. He has like a small range of spawn points, but it's not always the exact same place. It is on this floor though. So the war cleaver. So he's not in here. Oh, he's above. Alright. Well, we get to do a little practice round, because there is another enemy here that does basically the same thing as he does. This guy, the Chthonian Unraveler, it's basically the same thing that we're gonna be fighting anyway. Okay, get out of the ground effects. You are tanky, man. That or my damage sucks. I mean, both can be true at the same time. Okay, this one's done. That's fine. Now this shopkeep will sell the scepters that we're using, but those are worse. Again, I'm just gonna check for double rares in case. Nope. And there's nothing here. We already have this relic. Okay, so now the real thing. Should be the same fight, right? So our Bargok, the Black Fiend. Get out of the ground effect. Doesn't feel like completely the same fight because he seems to hurt more. Not anymore. Okay, we got that. Goodie. Now we can afford to die. So we can keep slapping me with those tentacles. So now we can go back to Lagoth Ak and see how bad he is. I think he might still be a weakling. But there's also the monster totem there, and it's an ancient one. And there's also a good chance we might spawn a nemesis out of it. Or after it. You cannot get nemesis out of a totem directly, but the concentration of enemies might yield a nemesis spawn. It spawns with a lot of ads. Okay, which one is the real one? Ow. Something just hit me pretty hard. Okay, that's a lot of ground effects. Stop it. Okay, well, he's definitely durable. He's starting to hurt. Okay. Don't know if that's a change. Ouch. Or me just being weak, but yeah, he's definitely more of a hassle to kill than he used to be. Dude, just die already. Are you resisting my damage so bad? Okay, there he goes. Man, that took a while. Nemesis die faster than you. Rune Singed Guards, Lagotha's Blunt Binding. Not for us. Although, Onslaught stacks on Feral Claws. That actually could be for us. Potentially. I mean, it's not the right rolls, but like in the future... So I guess it's more like a bleeding version of the build. Because it gives a flat bleeding on Werewolf. Neat. Okay. So how about this? So much faster than Lagothak. Huh. Maybe he's just like nearly immune to my damage. Rodrigan's Jacket. Yeah, that is the cooldown lightning / electrocute PRM. Right? Rodrigan. Yep, 3-second recharge and 140% total damage modifier on Vanity. Basic idea being you just apply a 140% more powerful electrocute on enemies for damage over time. In between whatever the hell you're doing. Because if you're doing it on Druid, I guess you would be using just Chain Lightning from a component skill, and if you're doing it on... what would that be? Mage Hunter? You would have to find some lightning attack to use with your pistols. Because it's supporting lightning chilling rounds, which is kind of funny. If they're lightning, they're not chilling anymore, are they? I mean, it retains the freeze or slow or whatever it does, but where's that coming from? It's lightning now. Which makes me think, can they actually remove? They can remove modifiers, right? They would have to give it like a negative freeze duration. Yeah, they can remove it like that. Because there are some skills that have like a stun, like Primal Strike, and if you create a spam version of it, the stun gets removed. Actually, does Primal Strike have stun? Maybe I'm thinking of Aegis of Man here. Interestingly though, there is Amarastal's Blade Burst on Nightblade, which can be made into a spam version, and it has a chance to freeze on it. The chance to freeze does not get removed if you make a spam version. So you can technically just chain freeze enemies. It's not guaranteed, it's a chance to freeze, but if you're just spamming the skill, it's gonna happen. And the faster you attack, the more it's gonna keep overlapping. So like against heroes on that build, they just do not get to do anything. It doesn't work against bosses, but unless there's an unstoppable hero nearby, they're just gonna be frozen forever. Never get to do a thing. Which is real funny. And please don't tell them, because they will nerf it. I mean, they probably already know, given that they are making another ABB Spellbreaker item. Not set, but like a set of items for that. So I guess it's not spam. There's like a Drangul Frosted Blade or something like that. But it actually doesn't let you spam it. But they made a ranged weapon that lets you spam it. So I guess, yeah, still applies. If it lets you freeze them forever. And at a distance, in fact, that's gonna be even nastier. This is the last floor, I believe. Right, I'm on the third one. We did what we came for, but of course, if I can finish the entire dungeon even nicer. After that, it's just Port Valbury, which we will get the quest to go there next. And then finish off Necropolis, and we have done everything in the base game, including the secret quest. After that, it's all of Forgotten Gods and a little bit of Ashes of Malmuth, and I can return to Fangs of Asterkarn and try my hand at fighting Beronath. I heard that fight is a nightmare though, so hopefully by then we are ready. I mean, if we're not, that's gonna be shocking. I have to complete basically all of Forgotten Gods and half of, well, not even half of Ashes of Malmuth, and I'm still not fully equipped. That would be some real bad luck. Okay. Got to turn my email notifications off, but thankfully it doesn't show up on stream because I have that. I'm only recording the game, not my desktop. There's a hidden area here. Well, area, it's just a chest. As per usual. Rotmander's Ring. The new replacement for Yugel's Ichor. I don't think... Is there even a reason to use Yugel's Ichor now? Maybe it gives some better skill points. Yeah, I guess Yugel's Ichor gives you more points for Blightfiend. So you will still probably use one Yugel's Ichor and then one Rotmander. Because that gives you Vitality to Acid Conversion for pets, right? Come on, let me through. What is going on? Why am I stuck? Oh, it doesn't... yeah, because this is not the Awakened version. I don't see the conversion there. I noticed one of those enemies that I just hit was really slowed down afterwards. Was that a tsunami slow? No, what am I slowing them with? I mean, I have Curse of Frailty, but it only reduces their movement speed, not total speed. This doesn't reduce anything, right? Well, it just knocks them down. Ah, come on. I have Blizzard, but that freezes and then slows movement, not attack speed. Huh. Don't know where that came from. Okay, so that's this area complete. So now the only way forward is here. Nope, that's a dead end. Ah, these shifting blockages. You could at least see, but I can't even see the terrain because it's all black. The only times you really get to see anything is if you're walking directly over it or if there's a lightning strike in the sky. Which, I mean, it's fitting. It's very Doom 3-like. I wish I had a torch. Okay, that's it. That's this dungeon's version of the closed-off chest area, I guess. Much less intense than the one in Port Valbury and Steps of Torment, though. Check something. Oh, okay. That would be weird if there was a slow on that. And this... Wait, this is not the final boss arena, right? No, can't be. Okay, that's everything dead. Is there another floor? I really can't remember. Why is this closed off? Oh, it is the final arena. Yeah, it angles up. I was like, the final arena wouldn't fit in here. But no, it angles upwards. So this is gonna be a bit of a problem because of the buffed fire damage and the reduced cooldowns. He's gonna spam his abilities a lot more. There's also a whole bunch of traps. What I like to do is spawn the traps first. Okay, there is another one. Because they have a limited duration. So you can just spawn them first. Okay, I guess nothing. Oh, there it is. Now, for some reason, they no longer disappear. They used to just disappear. Once they timed out. Once they are not shooting anymore. Now they don't. And they keep staying in the way. This one is not timed out yet. Is this one? Okay. Most of the traps are inactive now. So we are more free to run around. Because we'll probably have to do that. Yeah, that sounds a bit too dangerous. Again, forgetting to re-up my absorption potion. Almost dead. So was I there for a second? That procced my ghoul. Come on, just die. Nice. Relentless Obsidian War, Cleaver of Ruin, nothing special. Although Relentless, I think, is a decent prefix, right? What is this? Oh yeah, that's leftover from the trap that was firing the rocks. It's me. That's a bug. Where is the Relentless one? Relentless... Oh yeah, it's the 10% chance of extra physical damage, right? I mean, this is a lot of... Plus 617% physical damage. That's... a lot, even for a two-hander. But it doesn't have much attack speed. And also, it's double common or double magic affixes. I can reroll that if I ever feel the need to use that weapon, which, frankly, I never have. I guess it's one of the best in slots for, like, Fire Force Wave. Yeah, it is. I think it's the best in slot for Fire Force Wave. But I think if I were to make Fire Force Wave, I would try to do it with the Bane Gargoth shield. Because that sounds more interesting. So yeah, we've done that. And what time is it? I could technically maybe try to finish the base game, but I'm not actually sure how strong Loghorian is now. Because he has been buffed. Philipka says, don't know which build to play. Well, it's basically entirely up to what you find fun, right? You can do anything. The world is your oyster. If you like, I don't know, Berserker dual wielding, make something around that. And there's so many ways to do that too. You can do that with Nightblades, make a Reaver. You can do that with Soldier, most certainly. You can do that probably with Shaman. Like, there's so many opportunities. So, like, if you're lost for choice, just either pick pick a skill that you find interesting and just look up what modifications are available for it on Grim Tools. And that will give you some idea of what will look like, what sounds interesting in those combinations. That's usually my go-to if I don't know what to do next. But like my usual issue is I have too many ideas and I don't know which one to do first. Okay, I'm gonna hand this back to Anastasia. You have brought me obsidian, I can sense it. Yes, here it is. Thank you. What a fine sample. It absolutely reeks of the corrupting powers of the void. I will have to handle this one carefully. But while you were gone, another matter of some import has come to my attention. Again, losing reputation with Black Legion. Nidalas Outbreak, that is an endgame relic which I already have a blueprint for. But a very good one otherwise. Okay, so what do you need? I've uncovered the location of one of our enemies, Archivist Thelon. Is it Archivist or Archivist? I guess Archivist sounds better. Archivist Thelon. He is a powerful ethereal that was instrumental in the initial attacks on Erulan. He is personally checking on activities in Port Valbury, a reclusive city that prided itself on its commerce and booming trade with the capital. This also made it a prime target for the ethereal's initial incursion into human society. Before the Grim Dawn even struck, Valbury was already doomed. So long as Thelon lives, humanity will never be free of the ethereal influence. This is an opportunity that cannot be squandered. Travel to the conflagration northeast of Homestead and seek out the ethereal rift. It will take you to Valbury, track down Thelon, and bring me back his head. No time for questions. Go. How do you know all of this? Have I given you reason to doubt me before? I have great insight into the ethereals, but the opportunity will be squandered if you do not act now. Thelon will move on, and he will become lost to me. I know what I ask of you is dangerous, but I have confidence in your abilities. Bring me back his head, and we shall all gain from it. Very well. I've actually already been to Port Valbury, because there was a quest taking me there in Fangs of Asterkarn, where you have to like recover relics of fallen former heroes of the Kern, like former chieftains and stuff like that, and one of them was in the outskirts of Port Valbury, so not directly in the dungeon, in the challenge dungeon, but before it. So I've already kind of been there, but not inside. Yeah, so we already have this. Did I want to save any of these? I do not believe so. Maybe the Rotmender ring, but I think I already have one, right? Rotmender, yeah, there it is. Maybe I need to, and I mean, I do have one slot, so why not? And we did not get any double rares, so I can just sell everything else.
See anything you like?
Right, this is not a double rare, neither was this. Nope. I already have the Finger of Gardalvur for Awakening if I need to. Aetherstorm Sigils is unfortunately not yet awakenable. I'm hoping it does, because that is a very cool skill. It's a 3-set, like rings and amulet, that gives you a spammable spell for Aether. Which, like, if you're playing an Arcanist and, I don't know, Inquisitor, which is a pretty natural Aether-focused mastery combination. If you're not using Panetti's Replicating Missile or Albrecht's Aether Ray, you basically do not have an attack. I guess you could do an Aether version of Flames of Ignifar. I think there's a conduit for that. That's a very niche thing you could do. What time is it? I think... You know what? I'm gonna play a little longer today. I'm gonna try to finish the base game. Hopefully Loghorian doesn't absolutely stomp us. I mean, he can't, he doesn't have feet. But hopefully it's just doable and we don't have to keep Graveyard Zerging him. Because if I just do it all in one go, it shouldn't take too long. Other than the fact that there's gonna be some lore notes to read. Which reminds me, I should probably refill my water. What is it looking like here? Yeah, I'm gonna go get some more water. Be right back. There we go. Oh, I was once again a sentence that I'm gonna keep saying over and over again. I was wrong. There's actually one more devotion shrine here. So we're not done with base game devotion yet. It's on this floor, in fact. I believe there are no bosses that drop anything important until we get basically to Logorian. There is the Bloodlord Salonis, which I believe we already had some lore notes about, or written by him. But there is like a specific boss that spawns here on this floor, but he does not have a monster infrequent item. At least it didn't before. I don't think that has changed. Clarity of Valor. With all the evil unleashed in this world, joining with the Bloodsworn made so much sense at the time. At first it was to escape the horrors unleashed by the Ethereals. The death of my family, my wife, my son. But then later I started to understand and believe the words the cult leaders were telling me. The sense of belonging made me feel important. That I was a part of something greater than myself. Now that I stand in the halls of this mighty place, I feel the eyes of all those that gave up their lives. All those that gave up their lives. The leaders, the great heroes, and the countless thousands who followed them. They fought so that we could live without fear of the nameless fiends which I now serve. I can feel the honor and sacrifice of my ancestors, and I am ashamed. Ashamed because of the terrors I have left in my path. For months I have done the most vile and unspeakable things. The deaths of husbands, wives, and children are on my bloody hands for no other reason than to serve my own selfishness, to wash me clean of my own fears and the devastating loss that drove me to this madness. Death and murder, all in the name of some long-dead god who has no more right to the blood in my veins than I do. Blood that belongs to those who I have killed in its name. The blood-soaked foundation of this forgotten battleground has peeled away the fear and awoken me. There is no forgiving what I have done, no punishment that will ever make it right. But I can give my last breath, my last drop of blood, at last my life, to cause as much damage as I can. I do not stand alone. The great heroes stand with me, and I do not fear. And, I mean, he probably blew a good part of this up. It's like his body was lying in a crater, right? This is where I picked it up. So, good on you. If I recall correctly, the first time I ever ran into a nemesis was in here. Not this specific room, but I think my first ever nemesis encounter was with Benjar, somewhere in here. It didn't go well for me. I also missed a hidden room here. There's a torch. You open this. You can now access this place. Just some money. I did thankfully drink my potion, so I am getting double coins. Oh, another 700,000 in the bank from when I last checked. I wonder, this says Iron Bits gain, so I'm guessing that improves your earnings for selling items as well, right? I wonder if it updates in real time. I should try that, like start a new session. There's another hidden area here. Start a new session, check what an item sells for, and drink the potion, see if it sells for more now. Also thinking, do these buffs fall off if you swap the potion? Probably not. I mean, it would be a hassle to do this, but you could theoretically apply some long-term buffs and then swap your potion to something more useful in combat. There's another hidden area, not here. Few rooms further, there's another torch that you can turn. That one is kind of obvious because you can see into the area that it uncovers. There's another broken wall here, kind of similar to the one that we had up in here. So, we got some pattern recognition, you will run into that almost automatically. Okay, there's our shrine. Need to cleanse. No materials this time. That's a time warp, isn't it? Or I'm misreading my own effects. I think that was Elemental Storm, but yeah, that was Elemental Storm, not time warped. They have a purplish effect on the ground, both of them. Plus time warp now has an icon over it. That's something I'm not used to. What is it? Blood Carver. Oh, this one. Oh, Righteous Flame doesn't have an awakened version. Yeah, there's another one here. So, like, you can see into this area, but you cannot get in. There's a torch here, and I believe there's another one on the other side. Actually, I can check, right? This is not blocked. Soundcaller. Yeah, and there's another one here. Either one, whichever one you pull, it opens this and this. So we can pass through. That's a shortcut. And a chest. Bloodstone shoulder guards. That's new. Isn't it? They don't look familiar. Lifesteal on shoulders. Fire, chaos. Endless Rage, Savagery, Brimstone, so that's also Fire Strike. Lightning to Chaos conversion, which is useful for Chaos Fire Strike. Although I think Chaos Fire Strike can get the conversion locally in a different way. It all is justifiable. And nice! And there's an awakened version of this. I don't think I have those in stash, so I'm gonna save these. Okay, another totem. Please drop me, Ice King. Please. Pretty please. Just one blueprint. This is an ancient one. Didn't even spawn any heroes. Why are you going easy on me, game? I'm gonna regret those words soon. Flame Mental, that's actually not bad. Again, level 94 though. +2 to Werewolf, +2 to Second Right. Well, that's straight up for me. I mean, I cannot benefit from Shadow Flame because that requires the ability to use weapon pool skills, which I can't as a Werewolf. Which is kind of interesting, right? They put bonuses to Werewolf on an item that has a weapon pool skill on it that you cannot use as a Werewolf. So I guess it's supporting two different builds. Brimstone, so yeah, that's another Chaos Fire Strike shoulder. If you're using two-handed, definitely the better one. I guess maybe this one would be useful for... what is it called? Dark Flame set? I don't think that one has a shoulder guard, right? Because that's using a one-handed pistol, so you cannot use the Black Flame. That's two-handed only. Right, it's yeah, two-handed ranged only, yeah. Oh, I think Black Flame would actually be perfect for the Pyromancer that I was thinking about. I was talked about it a few streams ago with the Ragnadar rifle. It gives you onslaught stacks on Chaos Fire Strike and then a Chaos converted Sigil of Consumption. which is actually what my very first build will probably turn into. Back in the day, in vanilla, my first build was a pyromancer that was using a two-handed fire rifle because there wasn't really much support. Like, Inquisitor didn't exist, so like for gunners, you didn't really have many options in fire. And then it basically kind of got bricked or didn't really go anywhere because the end game support for it wasn't there. I think I'm gonna turn that one into a Chaos Gunner with two-handed. I had my eye on Ragnarok for a while, and now it has onslaught stacks on it. That's a given. Absolutely building that. After I've made my way through all of these different Berserker Mastery combinations. Okay, that's the boss I was talking about. Bane Galgalor. It doesn't drop anything, surprisingly, despite being a named boss. That's always somewhere on this floor. He's not always here. He can move around. What did you drop? I didn't even see what I picked up. Leviathan. Ah, that's a nice one. Though a weapon I never really understood. You would think Leviathan would have something to do with water, it would be maybe cold focused. But no, it gives you a cold based skill. Physical and cold damage on it. Chance on attack. But then it converts cold to physical. And vitality to physical. So it's a vitality cold hammer. Interesting. The door has opened. Something has changed. Something in the air feels different. It feels like being inside of a bottle when the cork has popped. All the pressure released and my soul pulled from my body to the opening in an explosive release. My mind reels and I find it hard to stay on my feet. I can feel it. Deep beneath the ground, they have finally completed the final rites and the door has opened. The blood surges inside me, pushing, pulling, drawing me closer. I must go. I must see the Great Awakening. If I am chosen, I am ready to be whole once more, to be one with Chthon. Kabbalist Zakul. Again, interesting name choice. Zakul. Zakul's anima with two L's this time is a set. That has nothing to do with occultist. It's a spellbreaker or like Arcanist, Nightblade, and I think Berserker. It's never really explained, but Eloghorian never really died, from what I understand. He basically was asleep when it got quote-unquote killed. And so that's why they're calling it a Ritual of Awakening, not Resurrection. Secret work. Gentlemen, I write this report to inform you that after 10 years of waiting, the Necropolis project has reached its final depth, and we are at last ready to begin the second stage. I have requisitioned slaves, building materials, and the rune-sealed crates to be shipped to the excavation site. I personally oversaw the transport of each of the deliveries and must inform you of one unfortunate incident. A wagon lost a wheel, and one of the crates was damaged, causing a seal to be broken. This resulted in a leak. The driver insisted on helping, and despite my best attempts to dissuade him from touching the contents, he got some of the leaking ichor on him. I dispatched the poor fellow on the spot, a merciful end compared to what the vile fluid would have done to him. I've contained the damage and seen restitutions paid to the man's family. Besides this unfortunate incident, there was no further delays. The remains are safely stored at the bottom of the necropolis awaiting the completion of the prison. I have presented your documentation to the old architect in charge of the construction and, while he protested, he did not stand in the way of the imperial writ. However, in the few months since I have been here, he has insisted upon reviewing what it is that we are doing to his great work, as he keeps calling it. I have expressed the lack of wisdom and safety of this course, but he persists. Emma Listari has a family, which might be a source of leverage to force him to leave well enough alone. Unfortunately, I fear his curiosity may force us to take drastic measures before this project is finished. Bestiaris, Imperial Arcanist. So yeah, this is the explanation to what happened to Mr. Listari over there. He was asking too many questions and they just had him offed. Basically as soon as the necropolis was completed. And yeah, this is an important detail. They were shipping the remains of the Loghorian here. Which basically means the Loghorian was killed somewhere else. It couldn't die fully, or rather they couldn't kill it fully. So what they did was they carved it into pieces and transported and buried it down here, sealed it off with some like magical runes, because like they were talking about the what was the last lore note? Basically that the seal has been breached or something, so it was sealed away. And basically the hacked up, carved up creature reassembled itself or was reassembled by the cultist. But it was still alive the whole time. That's disturbing. Let me just find the notes. If only I remembered what it was called. Necropolis. The door has opened. What was it they said exactly? The door has opened. So basically, yeah, it was sealed away. The thing that they carted over, carved into pieces. Oh, something's not like yummy here. I wonder how bad this is gonna be. Maybe it has been nerfed sufficiently that it's okay. But I've heard people getting like basically one-tapped by the Loghorian with pretty decent characters already. And I'm far from that. My character is cobbled together for now with bits and pieces. I mean, hell, I'm level 92 and I have like not even 11,000 health. That's real bad. And even in the finished product, so to speak, my health is not gonna be great. I think if I get the right affixes, I'm gonna be sitting at like 16, 17-ish thousand. Which might warrant some removal of points in cunning and more investment in physique if I feel like I need it. But I really wouldn't want to, because my defensive ability is gonna be great. And if anything, rather than physique, character would benefit from some spirit, because I'm gonna be dealing cold damage and that's scaled with spirit, not cunning. The reason I'm investing in cunning is because I will have a lot of crit-based procs. And the difference between full investment in spirit and full investment in cunning, it's gonna be like 2% damage loss, which I will then make up by having more reliable proc rate with the higher crit chance. So it is true that cunning gives the least amount of health now. Spirit now gives a bit more. It used to be the same as cunning, but now it's been buffed. Because people have been cunning stacking on almost everything for a while. I could also maybe, instead of physique, go for spirit. It's still gonna be less health than physique, but I think I did the math and it was like a 1000 health difference between full investment in cunning and full investment in spirit, so it's not game-changing. Actually, it wasn't even 1000 health. I think it was like 600 or 700. Did I invest the points? No, I didn't. Speaking of health, that's 1 point away. And some evasion always helps. This is the only evasion I have, right? Yeah, 3% dodge chance and deflect chance. This place is a bit convoluted, but I think I might have missed a connection up here. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, but completionism, you know, it's a terminal disease. That's our access to... Oh, no, never mind. I'm gonna say this is our access to Bloodlord Thelonis, but no, it's not. It's one corridor up. This is our access to Thelonis. Open rift gates, just in case. So I cannot do it inside the boss arena. This is a dead end. Whack. You ran all that distance just to die. You just died tired. Okay, one more lore note. A rather depressing one. There's a Bloodlord. Again, pretty tanky or very resistant. Doesn't bode well for the Loghorian fight. He's gonna be resistant too, I'm guessing. I don't actually know his resistances. I've never had to really find out because after this fight you never encounter him again. The versions that appear in Shattered Realm are different. Okay, sealed in. They promised us freedom. Freedom in exchange for 10 long years of back-breaking labor. But I now know that we are all going to die in this place. Last night, while we slept, they took all the tools and the food. The entrance to the chamber is now solid rock and buzzes with an unearthly hum, as if a swarm of wasps were inside. We have been sealed in this horrible place with nothing but these rune-covered crates. There's a putrid moisture to them that bites at the back of our nostrils. I can't stare at the writing on them for too long. They burn the eyes and blur the vision. I don't think we should open them, but the others are starting to get hungry and hoping there is food inside. I know there isn't any. Every muscle in my body is telling me to get as far from those crates as possible. The runes marking them are the same as those we were ordered to carve into the walls of this chamber. I believe this is a prison of some kind, built to hold whatever is slowly oozing out of those containers, and now we are trapped in here with it. I may have been on the losing side of the war, had to watch many of my comrades die on the battlefield, but this is no way for a man to die. Oh, I didn't even realize, so these guys were Kern, weren't they? Right? On the wrong side of the war? The Erulians won, so these must have been the Kern that were used as slaves to build this place. And it's interesting that we find this lore note out here, but I'm guessing it means they basically sealed them in with the Loghorian. Maybe some of the slaves' bodies were used to like reconstitute the thing by the cultists, or I guess no, the slaves would have been long dead before the cultists got in there. Yeah, that's Erulan was not a nice place to be. Meat shield. That's a funny thing. Vitality Mogdrogan's Pact. So like shield support for Shaman before it was cool. Now there's an actual shield built for Shaman. Well, not the only one, right? There's Dawnbreaker, who uses a shield on Shaman, but no, this is like a Vitality Shaman with, I guess, Archon, right? Vigor, Ascension, Safeguard. Yeah, it's a Vitality Archon with a shield. I mean, if you can stack enough proc chance on Smite and Shattering Smash, I guess it could work. Interesting that it doesn't give any modifiers for the Shaman weapon pool skills that would enable them on a shield. Because that isn't technology that the game now includes. Maybe they could add that. Bloodlord's Blade, not double rare, and the final seal. At last we stand before the blood-soaked gates of victory. The Loghorian will soon be awakened, and with it we shall usher in a new age. It is you, my loyal supplicants, that have paved the road to our final victory. Your dedication and sacrifice has carried us to the threshold, and I shall see us through. The ancients were determined in their construction of this final chamber. 100 of the Imperium's finest arcanists dropped dead to empower the runes which now bind the Loghorian's tomb. Oh, that's brutal. Just mass sacrifice of arcanists. They believed their sacrifice worthy, their seals impenetrable. But we have an army of thousands surging with the power of the dead god. Power that will not be contained. I have gladly put a blade to the throats of my most faithful and felt the rush of their lifeblood escape. Sorry. Oh, there's a semicolon there. Felt the rush of their lifeblood escaping. Blood they have given willingly in this final hour. With the power of their blood, I have scattered the final seal and begun the ritual. Shattered the final seal. Okay, this answers the question. No, increasing the font size did not help my ability to read. With the power of their blood, I have shattered the final seal and begun the ritual. Soon, the Loghorian shall stir from its eternal slumber. The world will shudder once more under the gaze of the mouth of Chthon. Let the blood flow. Felonis, Bloodlord of Chthon. So, let's see this tentacly monstrosity, shall we? Ulgrim is here with us to help. How bad are you? Where's your Sunder, dude? Can you not do it in melee? Did you forget your Sunder in the other pants? Oh, there's your Sunder. Sorry I said anything. I did not even see the indicator. Void Rift opens up around the chamber, consuming Ulgrim. Bye-bye, Ulgrim. It was fun. We'll see you again. Not soon. Nope, don't get sundered. God damn it. It's trying to dodge that. Oh, there's the Sunder. Okay. This time I saw it. So it's like a big chunk. Although before he sundered me with 2 tentacle swipes, so I guess the Sunder chain... Yeah, this is the tentacle swipes. So I guess he has multiple. Okay, don't stand in that. Feels like Lagoth Ak took less damage than he does. Ow! I didn't see that coming. No fair. You have to give me fair warning. No, that's another Sunder. Okay, you're almost done. Bye! Not too bad. You've had worse fights. Prime Tongue. Baldoon's Jacket. No Ice King, huh? Guardian's Corruption of the Board. That is a summoner version, which I guess makes sense. It gives bonuses to manipulation, but not great. And Obsidian Stompers for potential awakening in the future. Again, could be pretty decent for our current build if only we had enough physique, and also we're level 94. But probably not worth it. I mean, we will not have the physique to use these ever, because I'm investing into cunning now. And I'm going to continue to do so until the end. So, back to Fort Icon. Turn in the quest. Unfortunately, again, Inquisitor Creed is a bit quiet, so probably might have to read it, because you won't hear him. I don't know why his voice volume is so low.
You've returned. Is it finished then?
The beast has been banished, but Ulgrim was pulled into the void along with it.
So our great moment of triumph is soured with tragedy. The cult's defeat at the Necropolis marks humanity's first major victory in this conflict, proving that we are not going to simply lie down and let ourselves be wiped out by fiends and spirits. Word of this victory will spread and give people hope that someday this nightmare will truly be over. Yet we cannot forget those who sacrificed their lives to bring us here. Brave men and women of the Black Legion who took up arms in the defense of Erulan, a nation that scorned them as criminals, outcasts, and even traitors. In death, they were none of those things. They died as heroes. But I refuse to count Ulgrim among the dead just yet. I owe him that much. I could use your help. Are you with me?
I have some questions. Yes? What about the Ethereals? They are as much a threat as ever. Much of the Empire is still under their control. We must be prepared for an extended conflict. It may be years before we even breach the capital, much less expel the Ethereals from Cairn. The cult is still out there. Shouldn't we stop them for good? Their actions at the Necropolis have severely crippled their activities. It will likely be some time before we have to deal with their ilk again. For now, we must see to strengthening our defenses. I mean, you're half right. If we did Fangs of Asterkarn after this, I mean, they're not technically Bloodsworn cultists. Bloodbound are something different, but yeah. The Thorn isn't done with us. So, what about Ulgrim? We have the Ashes of...
Arum Ital, Loith Soleil, Loith Bismil, Molum Ulgrim Thanokolo Utokrain! This is too dangerous. Need to find another way.
The rift gate! Something's coming through!
Inquisitor Creed. Devil's Crossing was attacked.
Take it easy, John. What's happened?
Some new kind of ethereal. Just smashed right through our defenses. We need reinforcements. We're in bad shape.
I'll send help, but I can't spare much. We're equally pressed here. The loss of Ulgrim to the Void may be more serious than you realize.
Ulgrim is dead, Creed. You must know that. My people need help now. We won't survive another attack.
John,
It came from Malmuth. That thing that attacked Devil's Crossing. I escaped the city with a small group 2 weeks ago. Most died crossing the burning fields. My father was pulled into the bog by cannibals. I had to leave him. I was the only one who made it to Devil's Crossing. Malmuth has been a living nightmare since the Grim Dawn. I was part of the resistance there, if you can call it that. The Ethereals toyed with us, as if we ever had a chance. They let us fight on because they needed us. Needed our bodies for the grotesque things they make deep beneath the city. You think you're safe here, behind your stone walls. But those things from Malmeth will keep coming, and they will find you. And no fortress will ever be able to save you.
A chilling tale, indeed. In our fight against the Chthonians, we've overlooked a growing ethereal threat. We must find Ulgrim. But maybe we can aid Malmeth at the same time. You've already done a great deal, but we must ask for your help once again. We need you to strike at the heart of the ethereal invasion, far to the east, in the ruined city of Malmeth.
So, that was our Ashes of Malmeth expansion intro, which we are not actually gonna be playing next. We're gonna be going to Forgotten Gods, because I want to unlock the inventor ability to transform set items into different pieces of the same set or different sets, which we need to get in Forgotten Gods, and also because that's the longest trek to get us towards the Beronath fight, because we need to complete the cleansing ritual. And it will also give us a big boost in terms of devotion points. I'm not gonna continue this now, because there's a bunch of lore and talking and stuff. It's best left for the start of the next stream. But one thing that I noticed that's kind of interesting, and I'm not sure if it's explained further if we talk to Inquisitor Creed, I noticed during the intro that he was, or during the cinematic, that he was invoking the names of several gods, which is strange for an Inquisitor to do. They are not religious. He was invoking Solal, Bismiel, Oclain, which is a devotion here, Oclain's lantern. Oclain is the guardian of mages and sorcerers. It is said that his guiding light serves as a beacon when traversing the veil between reality and the Aether. So I guess that makes sense. And he also invoked the name of Atak Seru, which is here. Was the matron of spellweaving, the protector of those daring enough to wield magic. All Arkovian rituals had the symbol of Atak Seru inscribed within the runic circle for precaution, but not even her words were enough to stave off the effects of the necromancer's curse. Yeah, so he's dabbling into a whole lot of magic he probably shouldn't. It's old Arkovian religion and the witch gods, Solal, Bismiel, and he skipped the Drieg, which I'm sure Drieg isn't happy about. So to finish off, I'm just gonna invest my skill points, because I just leveled up for completing the Necropolis quest. How many more do we have left? Still more, okay. I don't know how much we have to... how many bonuses to destruction we have. Oh, it's +8, it tells us, never mind. Yeah, so it will stop at 20, so one more level up. 94, and if everything goes well and we get the Ice King, we will reach 94 and not even put this point in, because Sigil of Consumption will go bye-bye as soon as we have Ice King. Let's invest into Cunning, and that's it. I'm not gonna pick up the lore note, I'm just gonna sell the stuff, and we're going to continue with Forgotten Gods, which is gonna be a whole new bunch of lore from a whole different area, and basically a different quote-unquote empire that has very little connection to this main story, but is nevertheless very important, both story-wise and for our character progression. So yeah, we're going to continue there next time, and thank you for watching, and hopefully we can clear out Forgotten Gods in a few streams and finish off the Thanks of Asterkarn in maybe 2-3 streams more, so like maybe Wednesday or Thursday. And I hope to see you there. Bye bye.